Hello, hello. Welcome. This is round two at European Youth Chess Championship 2019. We are in Bratislava, Slovakia, and right now we are on the stage together with the main arbiter and the organizer. They're announcing the start of the game. It's just some seconds before the round two. So what can I say is that there are lots of kids, small kids. They have a lot of emotions. Some of them are even crying. I don't know. Maybe they don't want to be without parents. And parents, as you can see, are here. Lots of them are here. I don't know. Some thousand people are here. I will remind you that we have 1,300 participants in the girls and open section, under 8, under 10, under 12, 14, 16 and 18. So you can imagine how many people are here from 48 European countries. Yeah, they are making some announcement now. I'm listening with this ear to them. It's about now to start the game, and we're gonna hear now him to say, "Arbiters, please start the clocks." Let's wait for this. And the language is two languages, English, of course, and also, as we know, there are lots of local kids, and also the main arbiter speaks local language too, so everyone can understand this language. Applause is for something, I don't know for what. It took a little bit longer than we expected, but yeah, they will just handshake now, and arbiters will start the clocks, or the kids itself, they will start the clocks. This is the second round. I also remind you that it's going to be 9 rounds. The tournament format is Swiss system, and the time control is 90 minutes per all the game for both players. Plus 30 seconds from move 1, and after 40 moves they have increment 40 minutes for rest of the game. This is not an issue for the age categories 8, 10 and 12. They are finishing quite soon, but this is a very good help for the older categories. 14, 16 and 18, they need more time to think, so this is a classical time control. Yeah, now parents have about 10 minutes to take the photos and leave. I remind you that the parents' area is right down, and they have internet there, so they can follow the live stream, they can follow the live game. And for them the Wi-Fi is free. So the parents who are watching us, I suggest you to subscribe our channel on YouTube, European Chess TV, or on Facebook, the same European Chess TV. Yeah, I forgot to remind that I'm Women Grandmaster Keti Tsatsalashvili, and I work here for European Chess TV.
So, we take over from Keti. Thank you, Keti. And we are here in the commentary room, and we are starting with round 2 of the European Youth Chess Championship 2019 in the Slovakian capital of Bratislava. Yesterday, with my colleague Ioannis, we managed to look mainly at the games from the older age categories, and today we would like to somehow rectify this and check the younger kids as well. And as Keti said, their games tend to finish earlier. So let's kick off with the girls under 10 category. And what do we have here on board one? We have Zalivaeva against Shulkman. And I will try to get the position on the board. Again, we have a Sicilian here.
Let's have a look. Very fast from the beginning. So e4, c5, knight f3, e6, and white chose c3. This is a very interesting opening, especially after e6. The position is, let's say, this is a better version for white rather than choosing c3 on the second move. Yes, here, because here it gives actually black a few more options.
Yes, so it limits black's options.
Exactly.
Playing knight f3 first.
c3, d5, e d5. Now both moves are playable for black. He can take with queen or with pawn. If he takes with the pawn, usually black ends up with an isolated pawn. If he takes with the queen, then it will be white most likely that will end up in an isolated pawn.
White plays d4, and after exchange on d4 usually takes back with the c pawn.
But in every similar situation, I cannot resist the temptation to show that after queen takes d5, white touches his king by mistake. He has to move it here, and the game is already over.
Yes.
Okay, this is a very nice, interesting variation, but e d5 has been played.
We can't expect even in the European Championship, even under 10 games like this.
Or under 8 or even under 5.
Yes.
So d4 has been played. Knight f6. I have the feeling that instead of knight f6, bishop, knight c6, and then bishop d6 is a bit more accurate, developing the knight to e7. We reach a similar position like in the game, like this, but with the black knight standing on e7 rather than f6.
I would actually I would let's say I don't quite agree with this. I recall Korchnoi, who played the French defense his whole life, and against Karpov he actually successfully defended positions with an isolated pawn. And he was forced to play lines in which black has to put his knight on e7. And he said, okay, but this is forced due to the fact that white castles quickly, and if I put my knight to f6, there's some rook e1 check already. And if it is possible, then f6 is the right square for the knight.
Okay.
So basically, I don't know. I don't know if this really works here. Maybe this is a problem. If as we move on with the game, maybe really knight f6 is not ideal. Exactly because of what you said.
Yes, some
white castle.
Some let's say tactical problems or something. You
exactly.
know? Yes. So d takes c5. Bishop
very
takes
logical
c5,
move.
yes.
And now white can play rook e1 check, for example.
This is what she did. She did play rook e1 check.
It happened already.
Yes.
And black reacted with bishop e6.
e6, and white played knight
bd2.
b2 d2.
Knight bd2, which is sort of. I was thinking for a few seconds if white couldn't have played something like knight g5.
Just a second. Knight e5, you said.
Knight
yes.
g5. I mean.
g5. Just a second. Yes.
Yeah.
Knight,
now we have it back.
Yes.
But then there are some tactical tricks with bishop takes f2.
With
I
bishop
guess.
takes f2. Yes.
This or queen b6 maybe even.
Or maybe even castle. I don't know, castle, and then f2 might be exposed.
So this is quite risky for white, who doesn't prevent black from castling and falls behind in development. Either black can even consider playing this tactical blow, which in my opinion is quite unclear, or can simply castle here, and it's extremely risky for white to take on e6.
Yes, because he enters some dubious complications while being completely undeveloped.
Exactly. We saw in yesterday's game, we saw one game we analyzed where black's rook was on a8, bishop was on c8 for most of the opening, and black was trying to avoid opening the position, of course. So
in
let's
the end,
get back.
black won actually in that game.
Black
in
won
the end.
actually this game, but this was mainly due to white's mistakes.
Absolutely. Now black castled. We have to show that this line does not work anymore. The knight is not on g5.
Exactly.
Is still on
This
f3.
is an important line.
Yes,
Queen
check.
b6, check6, simply knight d4.
Yes, and white is
Tactics
winning.
are over, and white is a piece up.
Okay, so black was wise enough to castle. And now actually there is the threat of bishop takes f2 check at this moment.
Already
because
now it's a real
yes,
threat, or queen b6 even.
Yes. White continued very logically with knight b3. Yes, and I was saying that I know this position that is acceptable for black.
Yes,
I'm not so sure about this one. Yes,
this is something else.
but it looks okay as well. For example, as far as I know, if the bishop moves to remains in this diagonal, white usually goes to exchange it with bishop e3. Generally, when we are playing against the isolated pawn, we want to exchange black's most attacking pieces.
Yes,
and
this is a good bishop is being exchanged.
Yes.
White wants to, playing against the isolated pawn, it's always good to take some dynamics out of the position.
Exactly.
Simplify, but not too much, of course. Exchange some dangerous pieces and get on to the technical stage where
Yes.
black is saddled with the d5 weakness.
Another possibility would be to put the bishop on d6 or e7. I don't know.
I
on
would
d6.
prefer probably d6. After all, it's a more active square.
The problem with the knight standing on f6 might be that
Bishop
now
g5,
it's not so easy
exactly.
to get rid of the pin.
Yes.
Bishop g5. This is not. This is a typical isolated pawn, but with a huge difference. Most of the times the pawn is not on c3 but on e3, and the bishop on c1 doesn't have so much freedom. But here this is not the case, and in case of bishop d6, which was actually played,
Bishop d6 happened already.
yes, I believe that
Bishop g5
is the
Bishop
most
g5 not only pins the knight, but white wants to implement a similar idea to what you mentioned.
bishop
It could play bishop h4
and bishop
followed by
g3
bishop
in the-
g3,
yes.
opposing the black bishop and exchanging it.
So this is the most natural move. I believe that in chess, whenever we have the chance, we should play natural moves, developing new pieces and everything. I would like to give one example in this particular position out of my experience. Let's say that we have this position over the board, and we are trying to decide between the move knight bd4, which makes some sense, and bishop g5, and they both look equally good to us. How to decide? In that case, we should refer to the principles of the game, which means to develop new pieces. Bishop g5, in case the moves look equally good, tends to be better because it develops a new piece.
Exactly. We are at move 12. I mean, white still. This is still not. It's on the transition from the opening to the middle game. White still hasn't developed all his pieces. So a move which activates an extra piece deserves more attention than starting maneuvering.
And this is what actually was
It's
played, and
already
correctly
actually
this was
happened,
played
yes.
in the game. Black may get rid of the pin with h6 and g5, but this is
This is always questionable.
exactly very risky, I would say.
This is
after
a very
here,
committal.
yes,
No, I don't think. Maybe h6 okay. h6 looks like a reasonable move, but
g5 is very risky.
But g5
yes.
is extremely risky.
For the
already.
moment, if we take the black side, it doesn't look very dangerous at this particular moment. But it is certain that a few moves later, this weakening of the king side with h6 and g5 will play an important role in the game.
And an experienced player would really think twice before playing such a move. I mean, especially maybe I've seen Korchnoi playing these French defense positions, and I think I saw some game where he played g5, but immediately afterwards he could play knight e4.
Knight e4 without the
without
bishop.
exchanging the bishops,
Exactly,
of
this
course.
is very
and
important.
the bishop was on b6,
Yes,
and this
yes.
this was a completely different well, not completely, but it was in principle a different situation.
Let's make it a bit more clear. Let's suppose that we are in this position. Of course, these moves will not be played. Let's suppose we have this position.
Yes.
We do this for educational reasons, obviously.
Yes.
Nobody will play like this. In such a position, the move g5, as Igor indicates, would have a lot of meaning, because after here, white does not have the positional threat to exchange dark square bishops, and black may continue very actively with knight e4.
Exactly. Here it shows that the knight on f6, while having its drawbacks being pinned and so, has also a positive side. The knight lands on a nice central square.
Yes, and black here has good counterplay, but this is not the case in the game, because in the game, if black tries to do the same after bishop g3, such a move would be pointless. I don't even know, maybe rook takes e4 here might even be good. I'm not so
sure.
It
rook
has
takes
to be
e4 could work, but even if we don't have rook e4, simply swapping the bishops gives white a comfortable advantage.
Exactly, yes, absolutely. Okay, so what should black play? Maybe play this, but this...
okay, this is a loss of tempo, I would say.
Maybe black should have preferred in this position to just withdraw with the bishop to e7
Possibly,
directly here. Still, I would take white. I think white has a slightly better position after such a move, or a couple of other interesting moves as well.
Yes, I agree. I mean, basically, the thing is that a rook e1 check, bishop e6, white couldn't exploit this immediately, this bishop on e6 with some knight g5 or something like that. Okay, this doesn't work. But basically, black has the isolated pawn, and he's looking for piece activity, and his bishop doesn't belong on e6, it belongs on g4. So black would like to set up his pieces in this way.
And even here, I think white has a small but comfortable advantage. What
yes,
do you say?
It's a pleasant position. I mean, I must confess, I was more likely always to play against an isolated pawn than have an isolated pawn myself.
As they say, in order to play with an isolated pawn, you have to be very fresh, you have to be in good form, you have to have a lot of energy. You cannot just get an isolated pawn and keep on playing just
for
simple
the defense,
moves.
Exchanging pieces
exactly.
Or
you have to play accurate and creative chess. Otherwise,
exactly. That's true.
Yes. So this is. Shall we get on with some other game? What do you say?
We should move to board 2. Whom do we have here? So I guess the higher. I don't really know who is the higher rated player here, but in the under 10 girls, I don't think it's that important. Again, we have a Sicilian.
Again, let's have a look.
And again, the position after a few moves, initial Sicilian moves, it gets characteristics of the French defense. C3, which
knight g7, castle, a6, and I will tell you that I have played exactly this position, but with the move d5 here instead of bishop b7, many times in blitz games, me as white, many times. This position after d5, which was played in the game but slightly differently, all of the times I answered with d4, exactly this position. Black played bishop b7, but to be honest, I don't like so much black's position because she's lagging a bit in development. White normally played d4.
Okay, that's pretty logical. This happened as well.
cd4, cd4, and now black replied with d5. Yes, it makes sense.
Then the bishop on b7 is sort of insulted. Insulted by this move.
Absolutely, but at the same time, white is threatening to play d5 herself. So
well,
black has to take measures.
Does knight b4 looks like a more logical move?
Yes, exactly. This is the. I totally agree with you. This is the other way for black to go, and
to try to exchange the bishop and give some meaning to the bishop b7 move.
And black needs to find some time in order to castle. It's not so easy. There
He
is
needs at least 2 moves to prepare
yes. There
kingside
is
castling.
this possibility to sacrifice, but I'm not so sure because also white doesn't have such a great development. Yes. Also white.
I would say this sacrifice is promising, but not so clear.
Not so clear. I agree with you.
Yeah,
A
so
move like
but knight b4 is the principal move.
yes, exactly.
What Veronica played, the d5, I think it's positionally inferior, I would say.
And you know, white now played e5. Always in such positions, there are two ways of playing. The one is trying to play for a long-term strategical advantage, just like white did here to gain some space. But the other move, transposing to my blitz games, actually, is
It's
to
knight
play
c3.
here because black has some problems developing the pieces.
Exactly. Well, the knight on e7 gets in the way of the bishop, so it's not so easy to complete development for black.
It's important not to take on d5. We add some pressure in the center, and we don't give so easy development to black to take here very easily and develop and castle. After knight c3, I see some problems for black already.
Yes, okay. I mean, I think e5 is not a bad move in itself, but knight c3
might be better.
Might be even better. Actually, in these Sicilians, if white plays c3 in a Sicilian and black allows him to get in d4, usually black shouldn't release the tension by taking on d4 because this allows white to develop the knight on c3, after
very
all.
Logically.
Which in connection with c3 he is not able to do. This happens also in the Spanish, in the Roy Lopez. White plays c3, d4, and the black usually, if he takes on d4, only after white has already played knight bd2.
Very good, very good. I agree.
Because the knight gets a very nice square on c3, and of course Lucia, she could have played knight c3, which looks like a very logical move.
Anyway, e5 was the move in the game, and black played the move rook c8. And at this moment, I suppose white should develop normally with knight c3.
Yes.
Even knight bd2 has some meaning, targeting maybe c5 square or a long-term idea to try to play for knight f1, you know, following this route here, here, and maybe ideas like this. This is very long-term play.
Okay, but the same square can be reached c3, e2,
you're
d3,
absolutely right,
so,
yes,
or even via f4.
So this is looks
so knight c3 looks like a very natural move.
In the game, knight bd2 has just been played.
Knight bd2 has been played. Okay.
How should black play? Black should develop her pieces. Either
definitely, the knight on e7 should move somewhere.
Yes,
I would say.
Such a move may look normal, but actually to the inexperienced player. But actually, this is a very big mistake, further weakening the dark squares. Besides, the bishop doesn't have much to do here,
not really.
and all the more it abandons c5 square.
Yes.
So g6
definitely.
would be a big mistake.
G6 is like we said yesterday. Black in some game played bishop d7 developing, but not really developing.
Exactly.
And this is like g6, bishop g7. I have developed.
Absolutely.
The right square for the bishop is e7. Or maybe some ideas, but this seems risky. Knight g6, f6, trying to open the center. If white takes on f6, the bishop may end up on d6, which would be a good square for it.
What would you suggest here for black now? Knight f5 or knight g6?
Well, I just as she played knight bd2, I started thinking about doing something immediately, because basically, if the fight goes on, white has a space advantage. White is better, I would say, from a positional point of view. So for black, it should try to create something. So let's say knight b4, bishop b1, queen c7, or some idea like this maybe deserves attention.
This makes sense. The idea is to play knight c2 and force white to exchange his dangerous pieces.
Yes.
White could consider this, but this is blundering a piece. This protecting
bishop on c1 is unprotected. There is no bishop h7 tricks, nothing. I take a piece.
So this is losing a piece to queen takes c1. Otherwise, positionally it would have been nice. Knight e1 and kick the knight away with a3 and then develop the pieces.
Yes.
But to be honest, this knight b4 move is a move which requires a lot of experience. Knight b4 followed by queen c7, because it's not just knight b4. Here, if black doesn't play queen c7, white will chase the knight away after a
Yes,
few
and
moves.
he just loses tempi, of course.
So this and queen c7. Let's find a good move for white here. Still, I believe white should be better. There is no...
Me as well. I mean, maybe now I would say it's the time for your idea, knight b3 or something like that. Even after a queen swap,
Yes,
I
you're
would
right.
say
Here,
white
yes.
would still be better.
In case of this, we take, yes?
Yes,
Take.
we should.
Now maybe this rook will be will end up in trouble, yes?
Possibly.
I mean, white may
In any
consider
case, I
this.
can play knight c5
Knight
immediately.
c5, yes, and white is...
Which is perfect for white.
Yes,
White is
yes.
at least better
Yes.
or slightly better or
Slightly
something
better.
like that. But,
Or he
but
can
maybe this is even
take a
stronger.
knight c5 and chase the rook somehow. You know, the rook is stuck in, may fall a victim out of these pieces, you know.
Exactly. I mean, this will be tough for black's rook.
Yes. In the game, I see queen c7 directly has
She
been
played
played.
queen c7 directly.
Yes.
So this is connected with a threat. Knight
Of
takes e5.
Knight takes e5.
So
right?
white has to react to this in some way. Well, all in all, somehow I would say I would have preferred to put my knight on c3, not
On
to have
c3,
these problems
yes.
to solve.
You're right. Yes. Yes. So what to do now with white? Maybe move the bishop that is hanging, move it to b1.
Well, yes, that looks like a reasonable option. Bishop b1.
Please. Intending also to move the knight from d2 later.
Yes, we are preparing knight d3.
And now knight b4. We checked for a while. It should be.
This is just transposition, knight b4. Yes.
Or maybe let's check some. You know, if black cannot create any wild complications, let's check if he simply develops. Normally, you say white will end up better. I agree with you, but let's see how. For example, this knight b3 maybe. Or
Yes,
what?
knight b3 looks very logical.
Yes.
But okay, I mean, also rook e1 and knight f1. But
yes. This one.
I
also,
would probably prefer knight b3. I don't know.
Even some idea like this, but better to develop the pieces first. I don't know about this.
h4. This is what always is dangerous. Once black plays knight g6 in many lines. Carlsen's Sveshnikov nowadays, when he puts his knight on g6, they always play h4, and he's forced to play h5 mostly.
Yes. So here, for example, this may be now what, g3, or just simply develop the pieces?
Possibly simply bishop e3.
Bishop e3,
Or
yes.
maybe some. If I want to be really positional, I would maybe give bishop g5 some thought.
Bishop g5 also.
As well.
Yes.
Question is if black wants to play f6 or not. F6 looks quite risky, I would say.
If he castles, maybe even such a move looks interesting to me, because black cannot take with a bishop, then bishop takes g6, and black, I think, cannot even take with the knight, because we exchange
swap and queen h5.
And queen h5. If he takes with the knight, yes, this is typical stuff. Here threatening checkmate, and as well as the bishop. So this h4, intending to play h5. I think white has some initiative.
White has the initiative. I mean,
Yes.
white has more space on the king side, so this is where he will play. And on the other side of the board, on the queen side, black has little to show. I mean, he has a weakness on c5. If we manage to exchange the dark squared bishop, then white's knight can land on c5. He has no effective play. But something happened in the game.
Yes. Actually,
white actually played knight b3.
Knight b3 here. We were recommending bishop b1.
Yes,
knight
and
b3.
she ran into knight takes e5.
Knight takes e5, which was played quite fast. But still things are not simple in my view, because white is ahead in development. White has some interesting possibilities. Maybe even knight c5, for example, or knight takes e5.
Knight takes e5 and then swapping queens and playing knight c5.
Yes. You say to exchange queens, you say, yes?
Yes, but okay, when we are pawn down, I would prefer to leave the queens on the board, but can we do this effectively? After some queen h5, black will play queen f5 probably.
Queen f5, yes. If queen
This,
h5,
this
yes.
doesn't look too impressive.
Yes. So take a knight c5, you say, yes? But I think white shouldn't have allowed this possibility.
Definitely
yes?
not. I mean, white, from our point of view, as far more experienced, older players and stronger players, white had the positional advantage. And even if you find some really promising pawn sacrifice, it complicates the game. And here the sacrifice doesn't seem as promising as straightforward positional chess would have been. So now white is looking for compensation in at best unclear situation. While instead of with bishop b1 instead of knight b3, she would have been just better simply.
Yes, I agree. So
Okay, I think we'll leave white thinking, and we'll possibly pass on to we'll see if it's technically feasible to have a look at another category. And let's say these were girls, and let's say boys under 10. Okay, here we have already some positions which have developed. So on board 1, Materia against Sommer, and they have an exchange queen's gambit, theoretically topical position, I would say.
many people play like this, even
Yes.
top grandmasters, cd5, ed5. Another playable move is knight takes d5. Here a totally different system.
It can transpose to semi-Tarrasch lines.
But e takes d5, bishop g5, bishop e7, e3. It is important for white, this is very well known to the experienced players, it is important to conquer first this diagonal and not allow black to play bishop f5.
Exactly.
If black could have played this move, he would have a good position, but in reality white will take here after bishop f5
Queen b3
and
is the
queen
double
b3,
attack.
yes, winning the pawn. So black plays c6, and black has the positional threat of bishop f5 in case white goes here. This is an inaccurate move. Black plays this move, forever protecting his king, his castle king, and now
Yes.
after bishop d3 the position simplifies if white goes now bishop d3, and it doesn't just simplify, but white generally cannot follow so easily his plan with minority attack, because now with here in b4 b5, at the absence of light square bishops, this c4 square is going to be even more weak.
Yes, black can play a5
a5,
also.
yes, and everything.
And after a3, he might consider even a4, but actually I had this position, and I think I even played b5 in this position with black. And okay, my opponent was weaker. I managed to outplay him later on.
Okay.
I even won the game. So this is a comfortable position for black.
So that's why after c6,
White played bishop
d3, yes, knight bd7, queen c2,
c2,
yes,
okay,
h6 is modern stuff. h6, bishop h7. Strategically, in many positions, h6 is not so good, because black has in mind to make this maneuver sometimes, or maybe
yes.
even castle and play some g6 ideas. But in this particular position, black played h6 because he has a totally different and very concrete idea in his mind.
He wants to exchange the dark squared bishops.
Yes, to play this knight h5.
And here, black actually here he's playing a waiting game. He's waiting for white's king to define his position. For example, if white would castle queenside at this point, black would play knight b6 followed by bishop e6, bishop d7, and castle queenside as well.
So he castles short. You indicate that if he castles long instead, Black will develop the bishop
Yes,
here, for
yes,
example,
yes.
and castle
Castle queenside as well. He's
Okay.
going to follow suit, so to say.
Okay.
White castles queenside, black castles queenside as well. White castles kingside, which actually happened in the game. Black has castled kingside as well, and in this case, actually, h6 was a useful inserted move because his h7 pawn is not hanging. He
Is not
doesn't have to
hanging.
lose a
Yes.
tempo to castle.
Very good. So let's see what happened in the game.
He played knight g2, he played knight b6, he doesn't commit his king yet.
Yes,
It seems very
exactly.
logical. This is what we always say to beginners. Please finish your development, castle. Here, castling kingside, there h6 may have a drawback. I think we
Yes.
spoke about it yesterday in
Yes,
some
yes,
game.
yes.
You have castled already, but you have played h6. White will castle kingside, g4.
Yes,
He can
queenside and
he has
attack,
much,
yes.
much more options.
Let's see,
Much
yes.
better options to open the king side and get on with the pawn attack.
Here, because
against
this
b-
h6
because of the h6
yes,
move.
which I think is called hook, if I recall
Yes,
correctly,
yes.
this pawn, because White's play is hooked by this pawn and his attack is developing very fast.
I mean, it costs White, if you imagine the pawn on h7, it costs White at least 2 or 3 moves more to get in g4, h4, g5,
Exactly.
h5, g6. Now it's g4, g5. I'm
Exactly.
opening something
Absolutely.
already.
Absolutely, because the
So-
important thing in opposite castling is to open files as or even
As
one
soon
file
as
as soon as
possible, yes,
possible.
yes.
So I would say, let's suppose Black goes here. White should play something like maybe h3 or
Maybe
rook
simply
g1.
h3, yes, why not?
But you see, this h6 is. I will play a similar bad move by White now. a3.
Yes.
This move is very similar and very bad move positionally to h6. Now Black will start developing his attack with b5, a5, and this a3 will open lines for Black
a3
very fast.
fits in with the position if you castle kingside and play for a3, b4 minority
Exactly.
attack. But right now a3 is totally senseless.
Exactly.
So Black understood this. He played knight b6, and after castling kingside, he has no reason to prepare queenside castling because then White plays for the minority attack. But it's not only a minority attack; it's an attack against Black king, which will be somewhere on b8 or c8. So Black copies White's play and castles kingside as well.
And now there are a couple of plans for White. He may go for b4, or he may try, just like in the game, to push e4 at a good moment. Sometimes, very rarely, they even follow this idea, f4 connected with f5 and h3, g4, a bit more rare,
Yes.
but it also happens.
But basically, this is what first when they started exchanging on d5, the first idea which White realized in this type of positions was the minority attack. Then, after some time, Black started to find the right setups, how to defend against this. But later on, for example, Botvinnik played this, and his pupil, Kasparov, they both played Queen's Gambit exchange, and especially setups with the knight on e2, which enables White, after all, he has an extra pawn in the center. So he can play plans like f3, e4, or even what Ioannis said, f4, f5, g4. So he can utilize his extra pawn in the center, not only play for the minority attack.
And Kasparov almost had a perfect score in such type of positions with the white pieces.
He was really a big master of these positions.
So let's see, rook e8 has been played, and White played knight to c1, knight to f6 back.
Very
and
logical now, f3.
Yes, yes. Knight f6 is also logical. The knight
Well, sure.
has finished its duty on an h5. F3. At some moment, White intends to play, I suppose, e4 at a good moment.
Maybe first he can start with knight b3,
Knight b3 to
protecting
organize.
d4 as well,
Exactly.
getting his knight to c5. Also f3 frees also the square f2 for the queen.
For the queen. Very good.
And the queen is also quite well placed there for the preparation of e4. All in all, this is a position that Kasparov always said that playing black in the exchange Queen's Gambit, you have to know what you're doing. That strategically, this position is slightly better for white because he can play in the center where he has an advantage, and also he has a chance in many positions. He has a chance to play on the queen side where he has a minority.
Another way to interpret the same conclusion is that black at this type of positions surprisingly doesn't have almost any pawn play. You know, we can assume that c5 is not always a good move because it creates an isolated pawn, and white might be very well organized to play against it. And other than that, black cannot move his pawns from anywhere. It doesn't have sensible pawn moves. But white has two plans with pawns. He can play for b4 or he can play for e4.
Yes,
very
yes.
rarely even for g4 and h4. Sometimes very rarely.
In some positions, yes. I mean, white's setup is more flexible. Actually, the only active counterplay which black has in this type of the positions is what you said, is playing c5, because
C5.
now
After
compared
f3.
after f3, only
Yes,
after f3,
yes.
compared to the position before f3. Now white, if white after c5, if white takes on c5, okay, black has an isolated pawn, but also the e3
White
pawn
is
can be
exactly.
vulnerable.
Exactly.
So at least it gives black some counterplay.
Exactly. In such a position, c5 would have been probably a clear mistake. White will
Yes.
take and knight b3. In such a position, this is a more natural move. White sometimes
Exactly.
chooses even to ignore taking on c5. I think the easiest move here, the most sensible, might be this, and now knight b3 or even knight
Yes.
b5 has to be taken into account. This tactic.
Even this
Yes.
position is quite pleasant for
Yes,
white.
for
I would
white.
say.
I agree.
Now
I agree
knight
with you.
b5 forces black to swap queens. There is
Yes.
threatening the fork on c7. No,
Yes.
white is better simply. White has a pleasant position.
We should always indicate experienced players are always have in mind the king when the queens are exchanged, and the king has a very nice and fast route towards the center with king f2,
Yes.
protecting e3 pawn. So white should have some advantage.
I think white is slightly better in this position.
Maybe black should just develop now with some move
I
like
recall some 4 years ago, I analyzed the game. It was a game Giri Fresine, and they played almost exactly the same position. Only difference was, I think, Giri didn't hurry with queen c2. He played bishop d3 first. Laurent reacted with knight h5, and then Giri put his queen on d2. So
Okay.
maybe it's almost the same position. Only the queen, white's queen, was on d2 instead of c2. And he got some advantage from the opening, and then went on to win the game.
Shall we continue with another game? What do
Yeah,
you
let's
say?
move on to another game. Here we have some interesting, this is some interesting theoretical struggle, I would say, what I see here. They
This-
played Gruenfeld, which
Okay.
I used to play when I was a young boy.
Uh-huh.
So let's make the first few moves.
Personally, what I I do not like for the Greenfeld with Greenfeld as black is that it depends a lot in theory. Yes, in grandmaster play,
Exactly,
black
yes.
has to have done his homework in too many details and go through his lines again and
It's a
again
very
and again.
theoretical opening, and
Yes.
the value of the moves is the value of
high.
the moves for black is very high from the start on.
Which means one mistake can immediately.
Yes, you are wiped out.
Yes.
If you mismanage the Grunfeld, you lose. If you do something bad in the Queen's Gambit or the Slav, you get a worse position and you can fight on.
So bishop f4 was played. Bishop
Okay,
g7.
bishop f4. This is probably not the most testing line. The most challenging lines are lines in which white occupies the center. So this means if white takes on d5 and plays e4
plays
is one
e4.
of them, and the second one basically is this, where black is practically forced to take on c4, and white again occupies the center. The whole Gruenfeld strategy philosophy is based on you build up a center, but I put your center under pressure. I'm going to attack it, weaken it, and gain advantage from
Exactly.
attacking it. And
Black-
white says, you allow me to build a center, I will do it, and I will squash you with my strong mobile center. So it's a fight of conceptions,
Very good.
basically. But okay, in the
Bishop
game,
F4.
bishop f4 is also a very solid move.
E3,
e3, and black played c5, which is pretty much one of the main moves, definitely. Okay, queen a5. Now I guess the main move here is rook c1, I would say, as far as I recall. But queen a4 is also a move which has been played quite a lot. I recall playing a game against Dreyev with black. I managed to equalize from the opening, but then he outplayed me in an end game.
So let's see, bishop d4,
Bishop
knight
d.
c3.
Now
yes.
knight a6, knight e4 happens.
This is still theory, right?
Okay, this is still theory, I would say. Knight d5, knight a6. At this point, white is 2 pawns up, but he's certainly going to lose the one on c5. He's behind in development, so basically the position is not clear at all. Bishop d3, knight takes, and now bishop c2, and this is the position which we are having on the board. Well, I mean, I would say black can afford to take on b2. It looks very logical.
Let's have a look.
Or maybe start with e6. I don't know. Let's have a look at directly.
Yes, sure. Rook b1, I guess. Yes.
Yes.
And
seems
bishop,
back.
bishop g7, most
Yes,
likely.
Most likely, yes.
And now,
So now, if white doesn't show something, then black comfortably finishes his development. I'm gonna play e6, then castle. Black is going to be fine.
but what to do? I don't see anything best than developing the piece with knight
Yes,
f3.
knight f3 or knight
Yes.
d2, but knight f3 is more logical, I would say.
Black for the moment cannot castle because e7 is hanging.
e7 is hanging.
And in case of e6, white may want to claim some weaknesses of black in the dark squares. For example, after
Knight c7 looks
check,
very
I
logical.
don't know,
Okay,
take,
I take
take.
it. So now I think we can castle because
we can castle. Yes.
I don't really believe bishop d6 and the bishop takes c5.
Yes.
This is really something
Yes. Yes.
which black should be worried about.
Yes,
I mean.
exactly. Exactly. Here is what Igor indicates. Maybe black can even take on
I can take
c4,
on c4
yes.
one
Yes.
thing, but probably even after bishop c6 I have very good compensation.
Yes.
This
I would
is-
suggest that even such a move might be good.
Oh, yes.
Intending to put this rook
Of course,
here,
I
protecting
mean,
this
it's
6
maybe
square.
even simpler. I mean, we
Yes.
have an endgame here already, and the king in the center. It's not under some big threats or something like that.
So what is going on here? Is it still
Did he
theory?
take? No, he hasn't taken yet.
Are we missing anything? I don't know. Here, maybe what bishop here, trying to do something active. I mean, otherwise.
Yes. Otherwise, white's position is just positionally suspect. Bishop g5.
Black can even play f6, I guess, if necessary.
Yes.
In case of e6, white wants to go knight f6 check and
Yes. This
try to do something.
This is not advisable, I would say.
So
Well, basically, in these positions, black, even if he castled here, I think he would have reasonable compensation.
okay.
But okay, it's not necessary. I mean, f6 looks perfectly okay.
this one, you say? Yes. I think black has a very easy game. Yes, maybe. So I don't know, knight f3, but after e6, things are more or less. Forced, yes.
Maybe actually, if black hasn't played yet, he's still thinking. Maybe if he doesn't want to play any of this, maybe he can start with the move
with
e6.
this.
Okay, white can go back with his knight to c3, But then I have knight b4. Even here, I think black must have very good compensation for the pawn.
I agree.
And if he plays knight c7, then okay, then I take, then I swap the knights, take on b2, and then I have bishop c3 check after rook b1.
E6 is what actually black played in the
E6
game.
happened, so we have the position from the game already now. I can click it here, and here we have it. So he gave it some thought, and he decided not to take on b2 immediately.
Shall we try this move?
Okay, well, let's try it. It's principled. White is a pawn up, and he wants to retain the extra pawn.
Knight b4, you say? Knight b4 might
Knight
be
b4 looks logical.
Yes. Here some threats to threaten the bishop and some checks here as well.
Yes. So question is, can white castle
No,
queenside now?
he cannot castle because look, take knight takes c2, king takes c2, and simply
Bishop a4
bishop
check.
a4 check.
And we resign, or something close to it. Yes. Okay.
So knight b4.
So we can't castle queenside, and otherwise, I mean, what's white going to do here? I will just repeat, he's heavily behind in development.
And for just one pawn for the moment, it's
Yes,
way
it's not
too
two
little.
pawns, it's only
Yes.
one pawn. It's only one pawn, the black bishop. I mean, here is no trace from what I spoke about at the beginning. There's no center white has, no mobile pawns crushing black, nothing. And black has what he usually has in the Gruenfeld. Black has fantastic piece play. All his forces are active.
White is already on the defensive. I mean, he's
Yes,
trying not to end up worse.
here.
Yes?
White is worse here.
Yes, maybe try this move, but now even king e7 directly might have a meaning, but or possibly just take the knight and
Take the knight and take on b2.
and take on b2.
This
In
looks
this
very
move
much
order,
okay.
yes, even some bishop c3 check to
Now
gain
we have
one
a check.
tempo.
Now
Yes, which
white
was not
won't-
available before.
It was not available before.
Yes.
That's why e6 is probably better than taking immediately.
This to gain a tempo and maybe castle or even king e7
Yes.
or some move like this, and black is
Black is very much okay.
yes.
Black has a very comfortable position. Okay, I will have a look if there's nothing new has happened after e6. Black is still. I will just check if we have some games available from the low from the
Under 8 category.
under 8 category, but this is still not accessible. There's some problem with the transmission. So, but yesterday we didn't pay any attention to the under 12 age group. So let's continue. Here we can see the under 12 age group. And the games are in full flow, so let's have a look here. On board one.
So
Okay, King's Indian with g3, I see. This has served me throughout my whole career. This was my main weapon against
with
the
the white
King's
pieces,
Indian.
yes. Okay. Knight c3, d6. I've never played this line with white. Usually I play Zemis or
Classical?
no. I don't like to be attacked. Usually I get mated when I'm attacked. So this Averbach, bishop e2, bishop g5,
okay,
also
okay.
a reliable system.
I played other lines as well. I played classical. I played semis from time to time as well, but this was always my favorite.
In my mind, even the Torre is a very nice option against the King's India with d4, knight f3, and bishop g5. So white castle short. These lines are very fashionable for white. This g3 King's Indian over the last years. Sometimes black transposes to the Gruenfeld by playing d5 instead of d6.
Well, it depends, of course, on the move order. But here, black played d6 already on move 5. So
yes.
So this position arose already in a match between Botvinnik and Bronstein. I mean, has Botvinnik and Smyslov has a long history even in the top matches. E d4, knight d4, a5. I confess my favorite in this position is b3. I got this position by transposition. I usually play b3 even earlier, and after knight c5, either white plays something like rook b1 or maybe e1, bishop f4.
So idea of b3 is not to play just bishop b2. It's
No, no. The
It's-
bishop doesn't really belong there, but the c4 pawn is protected. I mean, this is useful because otherwise black can play a4
Yes.
and in some lines queen a5 or knight b6 attack the c4 pawn, gain some initiative. So queen c2 is a move which I got this position a couple of times, I guess, but I never really liked it that much. For example, now black can continue. This is still a theoretical position. Black can continue a4.
a4, yes. I
And
agree with you.
after rook a d1, let's say he can play either queen a5 or knight fd7.
For the moment, there is a tactical threat. Let's show this as
Play.
well. Let's suppose black
let's
plays.
suppose black plays
Yes,
some random move.
Then white can
White can take
here
on c6 definitely.
and win the game outright. But we do
Yes.
not expect the game to end like this.
No,
So
that's
here you say queen a5.
Queen
yes.
a5 or knight fd7 are the moves.
Players with less experience may consider this d6 to be a big weakness, but in reality, for white, in order to attack such a pawn, he will need to withdraw his pieces to open the d
Yes.
line, and withdrawing the pieces immediately gives drastic tactical compensation for black. You know, active play, because the main piece has been removed from the center. And for example, here black can play such a move, attacking
Bishop
c4.
e6 is
White will
most
say, I will
natural.
play b3 and later attack d6, but there is always something in the King's Indian. Things are never
Yes,
so
it's not so it's
easy.
not so simple. This is why I liked playing b3 before black got in a4.
Even in such a position, you think, oh no, but we are here now. b3 is, yes.
Now
After queen
it's,
c3 doesn't work, I suppose, because this knight on d4 is under attack, yes? In such a
Okay,
position.
here yes, here of course knight takes e4.
Yes,
Knight
this-
takes e4 is knight takes e4 works.
Yes, black seems to be winning a pawn.
Okay, I
most
mean
likely.
even this is not so clear because
Not
I
so
can
clear.
take on e4 and after bishop d4 I have bishop g5.
Bishop g5, and if f6, bishop takes f6, and black is winning.
Definitely.
Yes, if
And,
this, yes, black
Okay,
is winning
this is
after
perfect.
this.
And if he retreats with the queen,
Here,
then I play after some queen d7. I play knight f6
Knight
anyway,
f6,
with
yes.
fantastic compensation.
exactly.
Dark
Black is going to
squares.
lose.
So
Black is going to lose quite soon here, I guess. He will get
this
mated.
is he will have very big problems on the dark
Mm-hmm.
squares. It's not really worth the pawn. So maybe even here b3 is playable, but basically the square where I want my bishop is really e3. So
Mm-hmm.
bishop e3. This is the way the line was played in the old times. I mean, for white, guys like Stahlberg and Botvinnik and many others played it, and their opponents were Bronstein, Boleslavsky in the 1950s.
Can black play simply such a move, for example, intending b6, or even here intending to move the queen? I don't know. But
Well, it's slightly passive. But White's idea is to consolidate his position, play something like rook a d1, then let's say b3, f4, bishop f2,
okay.
and gradually either advance the pawns on the flank a3 b4 or g4 g5 or double the rooks on the d file.
And
I mean, black has mostly tactical chances
Yes,
here. He has
yes.
piece play, and it's not so simple for white to consolidate fully. I mean, there's always some threats, and the black players who play this line, okay, they know how to keep the tension, how to keep white busy with some tactical threats.
so,
So I think we'll get to we'll move it to the position where black is still. Now black is still thinking over his next move. As I suggested, a4 is definitely the main move in this position. But okay, let's leave it to black if he will make the move. By the way, black is spending more time. Maybe he's less familiar with the position, and he's just trying to maybe he's trying to remember what he knows about the line. White played quite confidently and faster. So the game on board 2.
This Scotch,
Oritsky against Han.
Scotch defense.
This is Scotch game or Scotch defense.
Yes.
Also quite a popular opening nowadays.
Yes. Exactly.
E4, E5, knight F3, knight C6 is not only the Ruy Lopez or the Italian, which is
Italian.
quite popular, but also the Scotch.
We should say that here some gambits like C3 or Bishop C4, they are playable, but just for 1 or 2 games you cannot always rely on a gambit like this, because the final verdict has already been given long ago in all these lines. Black gets very good game.
That's true. I mean, they are maybe worth trying. They have some surprise value
Exactly,
against
yes.
an unprepared opponent, but basically they can't really be your only weapon.
Exactly. If you want to take chess seriously. And now
Yes.
there are 2 more or less equally good moves for black here. Bishop C5, which was chosen in the game, as well as knight F6, which
Yes.
may be a bit more common. Bishop C5.
Actually, when Kasparov revived the Scotch was considered a sort of ancient opening which was played from time to time, but Kasparov suddenly used it in, I think it was the 3rd World Championship match against Karpov in 1987. He used it with success, and afterwards he played it in tournaments as well with very
And he was
good
beating
results.
everybody with the white pieces.
And
yes.
he had a massive score against knight F6 and not so impressive against bishop C5. So I somehow, my sympathies are with bishop C5. The positions after knight F6, somehow their white's main answer is knight takes C6 after knight F6. Oh,
Just a second.
I'll get
Here,
it to
yes.
this position. Yes, now
Knight
I
F6.
can do it. And basically here it's a fight. Black strives for some piece plays, for some tactical complications, and white has a better pawn structure.
Pawn structure.
And this is something which doesn't appeal to me so much. I mean, I prefer having a sound pawn structure.
Okay.
So-
Here, black can play knight b6 or bishop a6. They play. Black
Yes.
has active piece play, to be
Yes,
honest.
yes,
but
I mean, yes, of course.
white has long-term advantages. Long-term advantages.
And Kasparov, in this line, Kasparov really showed his mettle and managed to make a big plus score. And also, I think the only time he faced himself, the Scotch, he played e5 with black, which he didn't do too often. I think there was a game, Rajabov Kasparov with the Scotch, and I think he played bishop c5, and he got Rajabov into trouble. But okay, I'm not so sure. Maybe after all he played knight f6.
So we are here, knight takes c6. Queen f6 is the most common move, but b takes c6 is also playable here immediately. B takes c6.
B takes c6, I would say it's slightly worse, because then white will play bishop d3,
Bishop
most
d3 and
possibly,
castle, yes.
and his development is more comfortable. Here.
Black is striving for active piece play here in such a position, but yes, generally this b takes c6, which to the inexperienced eye looks like the most natural move, is actually, let's say, slightly, maybe very slightly dubious, but still I believe it's playable. We know with
yes,
active
I'm not saying. I mean,
piece play.
black
Yes.
here plays d6, knight f6. He has good piece play, but white also. The problem with queen f6 is it creates a direct threat. And how is white supposed to meet it? When his bishop is on d3, it's not natural. We just
will
castle, and
yes.
there is no question about it. And here, okay, he must f3. This is not really what he wants to do.
It weakens the dark squares.
It weakens the dark squares, exactly. Bishop e3, no, I really don't want to play this. Black, of course, takes on e3 and creates horrible doubled pawns in the center.
So there are two theoretical
There
moves.
are two theoretical moves.
Yes, queen
One-
f3 like was chosen in the game.
and the move which Kasparov played was
Queen-
queen d2.
Yes, this strange move. The queen may come here after a while.
And mostly here, black reacted. The main move here is actually maybe quite surprising, but d takes c6.
D takes c6.
Black accepts a doubled pawn, and in such a fashion that he can't really create a passed pawn on the queen side. I mean, so his queen side majority has been compromised, but for this he gets freedom of development.
Yes, very fast development.
And he even sometimes, as you said, white strives to relieve the pressure with queen f4. Maybe not immediately. Maybe he. I think Kasparov used to play knight c3 in this position. But here, black in some lines accepts even another double pawn.
Yes, and play knight e7. I remember, and this is
and
very strange type of position.
Two double pawns, but so active pieces. I mean,
exactly.
This is absolutely unclear, and black has very good tactical counter chances here.
In the game, queen f3 was played,
and I think black took on c6, but with the b pawn. White played knight d2.
Queen takes f3, and now white took with the g pawn. But isn't it possible to take with the knight here? It looks somehow more natural.
Yeah, well,
black is not in time to attack f2. I go here and here.
Doesn't make much sense.
Yes, it could have been good, but white can simply castle here.
He's
in time.
He loses quite a lot of time after all.
I would probably take with the knight on f3. I don't know. This might be specific theory, but
I recall mostly probably he wanted to follow some line of his
where black takes directly on f3.
Yes, where black takes directly on f3. There have been some lines with bc6, and I think actually they used to play even queen g3 here with white. And there are of course lines with queen f3 immediately instead of bishop c6, where white develops. Well, as far as I recall, this is
bishop e3,
probably the main move. So with the queen on f3 and b takes c6, now he can't play bishop b3. It doesn't make much sense because the b2 pawn is hanging.
Exactly. So white
So he proceeds with his development.
And without knowing theory, I would take with a knight on f3.
Yes, I mean from Monday you have Jan Markos here, and he wrote quite a nice chess book, Under the Surface. And there he writes about various strategical problems, among others about double pawns. And he compares a double pawn to a broken leg or something like that. I mean, so it's really a fracture. He calls it a fracture or something like this. I had even the English edition of his book. I think this is the word he used for it. So it's a concession of sorts.
Yes.
But here, double pawns have the advantage. For example, have the advantage in opening some files. So here white has an open G file, gives him some options. Now A4, which forces black to react with A5. And of course now the pawn on A5 is a weakness forever.
But wasn't this move possible? What is going to happen after C4? Intending to play, obviously, to play C5. And my intention is after D6 to play again C5.
Now C5.
Yes, C5. If black takes with a bishop, I will exchange and play something like bishop e3 or something. Maybe even this move to put it here, or play rook c1.
Bishop e3 looks also very
bishop
good.
e3,
yes.
C4.
C4 is definitely. I mean, C4 is definitely something which one should reckon with.
If he takes like this, then bishop c4, I suppose, just bearing this bishop on b6 for many moves.
It's like a fat pawn.
Yes,
bishop
exactly.
On b6.
Yes, like furniture.
Very fat pawn.
I don't know. Black can play c5 himself, but once again, yes, but then he acquires some squares as well. For example, bishop e3, d6, maybe this is the move, because white also has created
some weaknesses. I mean, he has limited also his bishop. c4 is double-edged. I was also thinking if black couldn't play something like rook b8 and after c5 bishop a7.
This is also interesting. You're right.
This is also maybe a possibility.
This move. Yes, this move. And in case of c5, here, putting
So
some
now you
pressure
probably
here.
play, and now I can play d5.
d5 or
let's say.
rook b4 maybe even.
Rook
yes,
b4 maybe even. Yeah,
yes.
maybe you're right. Yes.
Mhm.
So this looks like here, black. After all, this is still okay. The queens are off, but this is still an opening position. I mean, the pieces are not developed, and c4 is just moving another pawn. It's not activating any pieces. So in this sense, I would say bishop d2 should be okay.
Besides, this c4 idea is not going anywhere. It can be played maybe in the future.
Well, I mean, black reacted with d5.
With
so
d5. Can we even now play c4? How about instead of bishop c3? Now, to be honest, I like this even more.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Or possibly, yes. What are we gonna do now?
c5 is in white's mind. And if dc4, yes, this bishop on b6 is safe now, but the pawn structure now is very compromised, and the bishop on c4 is also very strong.
This is the drawback of the doubled pawns. I mean, in this case, the pawns on c7 and c6. In case the c7 pawn would be on d7 or d6, we wouldn't be talking about this position. We would say, okay, black is perfect, black is fine. Black has no problems whatsoever. But here with the doubled pawns,
things are not simple. Again, black can do this because also white has doubled pawns and some weaknesses.
Yes,
here
but still,
here,
the whites, the black's weaknesses seem more serious, I would say, in this position. c4. This is the typical reaction. I mean, black is hampered by his doubled pawns, and once he moves his pawn mass forward, the more he moves forward, the more vulnerable the doubled pawns become, usually.
Let's see, d5. Finally, white decided.
Bishop c3 also looks quite sound, I must say. Castles. Now he played bishop d4. Let's follow the game. What happened now?
Bishop
e6, castling, and it's white's move.
Yes, bishop e6, castle long, and knight to
knight g6. It's white's move now. So what can we say about this position? Now already both sides are on the verge of finishing their development. Of course, also white, if somehow the f2 pawn fell off the board and he would pick it up, he would probably put it back to g2.
Yes.
He would gladly put it back to g2.
Yes. I tend to believe that black is standing very well here. I changed my mind. I don't like...
White has lost these ideas with c4.
Yes, this bishop stands very well on b6, and if white exchanges, black fixes his pawn structure. But again, I see no threat after this move. This knight can come here, but I see no threat. Black can move his rooks in the center somewhere, or move this knight, maybe calculate this.
Still, I think that knight c5 is probably quite a natural move, that white should probably play something like this. But I don't know. Black can maybe move his rook to e8, then play bishop c8, and as you indicated, the same plan or similar plan for black. Black can blast open the position with f5.
With f5,
which is similar to your c4 idea,
exactly.
and also exposes the weakness of white's doubled pawns this time.
In case white takes, black can even take surprisingly with this pawn, strengthening pawn structure,
definitely.
and he
opening
has pressure,
opening an open file against the doubled pawns.
Yes,
this would be perfect.
Yes.
Also, black has ideas like knight h4, of course, which can be unpleasant.
I would prefer the black pieces, to be honest. Knight c5 was actually played.
Knight c5 was played.
And now I totally agree with you that black should abandon the queen side and put his rook in the center.
Maybe rook 8, maybe knight h4 directly. This looks like a good idea, and in connection with preparing f5.
f5.
I
Yes.
mean, I'm going to play actively on the king side now.
And white always has to be aware of these annoying knight jumps at any moment.
Yes.
Even practically, black stands very well. All these knight jumps, even this after the bishop from c8, from e6 moves back to c8.
Yes.
In such a position, even knight e5 can be a
Yes.
threat.
Yes. Black is definitely enough counterplay to say the least. I mean, he solved his opening problems, I would say. Okay, so now maybe we move on to some of the older categories. We didn't see much from the under 14 guys and girls yesterday, so let's go to the girls this time. Here I see some Spanish, but it was a Sicilian, as I see the first move. But the position is a typical Rui Lopez.
Exactly. You know, I have seen even some games of this line with bishop b5, starting e4, c5, knight f3, and the code is c8 something. You know.
Yes.
It starts with the Sicilian, but it ends in
ends
Spanish.
as a Spanish.
Knight c6, castle, bishop d7, c3 is playable. I would say rook e1 is maybe the most accurate move here, but this is matter of choice. c3, knight f6, rook e1, a6, and now both moves bishop a4 and bishop f1.
Yeah, both are playable. Yes.
Here, e5, d4 immediately, even h3, intending to play d4 on the next move is possible. d4.
Yes.
Bishop.
I don't know if black couldn't have played now something in connections. Yes, CD4, CD1, bishop g4.
And bishop g4. This is typical stuff. I think white here can afford to make
bishop e3.
Yes, this move and take with the pawn.
G pawn.
But we should indicate that we don't play with the white pieces like that, unless we know that it is theory. Yes. Otherwise, there is a huge danger that we will end up much worse.
In a suspicious position.
Yes. Yes. So we should know what to do here.
This is also one thing which one of us mentioned a short while ago. Relieving the tension on d4 enables the white to develop his knight to the nice c3 square. So also black shouldn't do it at the first opportunity in the Rui Lopez, and in this game also. No, in this game black didn't take on d4 at all.
Yes.
But also in these positions usually black tends to wait for knight bd2 to play c takes d4. C takes d4 actually didn't happen in the game at all. Now white played h3.
h3, castle.
To safeguard himself.
d5, this is a very natural move. Yes, knight a5.
Although here, okay, usually somehow in the Rui Lopez, white plays mainly d5 once black commits his bishop to b7. Because then the bishop has to go back to c8 again.
Yes. But you know, in such a position, I would say that white is at least slightly better. I mean, easily. Yes. This black gets a good version of the Rui Lopez, unless we can take here. This is one possibility. Maybe this is actually. I don't know how the tempi go, but maybe this is exactly the position from Rui Lopez with where white doesn't play h3, but he plays d4, bishop g4, and now I play d5. d5. You're counting the tempi now,
I'm counting the tempi. No, I'm sort of d5, knight a5, bishop c2, and I play c6. And it is a different position. In this position, black's pawn is on c6. That's the only difference. But that's really the only one, because now h3, and you can either you can take on f3, which is probably the best move, or you can move to c8 with the bishop, but bishop d7 is considered weaker exactly because of this knight takes e5.
Shall we show this in moves starting from the first move, or we
I
get
don't think
we,
so.
we get
We can get on with the game. Knight takes e5 is an interesting option.
yes.
I mean,
Mhm.
white gets the bishop pair, but in itself it's not decisive. I mean,
Of
it's
course.
like it's a position. Okay, black probably
Yes.
will play something like bishop e6.
Bishop e6, white by playing d6 loses control of this square, and now
Yes.
this is a good square for the black bishop, controlling important diagonals all over the board. I think black has a good game. Yes, this.
Yeah, I mean, white still hasn't developed his pieces.
Yes.
If white's knight would be on f1, we would play knight e3 already, or something. Have some a4, queen e2. But here, black's plan is basically to play c4,
Knight b7,
knight
knight
b7, knight c5, rook to the d file. No, he should have enough counterplay at least.
I believe, yes.
So
b3 was played. Even knight bd2 might be possible here.
B3 I think is a good move because it limits. Now white is playing against the knight on a5. If the knight moves to b7, then we are going to play b4 at some point.
So
Which
here
actually happened
and
in the game.
This happened in
yes.
the game. Knight bd2.
So wait a second here,
Yes.
maybe.
White
So
should have
this is
played
maybe here white should reckon definitely with a4.
with a4. I believe that strategically the best move for black should be maybe this one. But I see e4 hanging also. Would that be possible?
But it's not forever. I would say now
yes.
I would protect
Maybe
e4. And then
take.
take.
You give this.
No. I will play knight d2, but I don't know with which knight now. I'm not so sure. And then take on a4. Basically, if the queen side opens up and black's knight remains on b7, then white should be better.
Yes, because bad placed pieces are a serious deficiency as soon as the position opens. Because when we play an open position with an intense fight, there is not enough time to say, okay, I will move this knight here, then king h8, knight g8, f6, put it here and put it there. This can happen.
Incredible amount of time. Yes.
This happens. This may happen only in very closed, in blocked position.
Yes, exactly.
But as long as it opens, then the one bad piece may be enough to lose the game. So
okay, knight bd2 and black played a5 immediately. So
white
played a3. White played solid.
And now this idea, yes, with with rook a6 and double the rooks. But again, this the knight remains a bit passive on
b7.
on
Yeah,
b7.
the knight is still a problem.
Black would like to put the queen here, but there is a bishop on e3, obviously. To put the queen here, if the bishop, if we imagine the bishop being on h4, for example, white's bishop, put the queen here and threaten to take on b4 and force white to abandon the a line. But here there is no possible square for the black queen on the a line.
This is actually an interesting strategic principle which black is demonstrating here at this point after a3. If black immediately opens the a file, he won't win the fight for the a file. So he occupies the file before opening.
Yes.
That's why he plays rook a6, queen b1, rook a8. Now he's ready to open the file. White doesn't have the same luxury. He can't play rook a2, queen b2. He doesn't manage because the black will take on b4 and white is already forced to take with either the piece or the c pawn, which both are not ideal. So queen b2 to keep the tension. And now if, like Ioannis said, if black would manage to get to triple his major pieces on the a file, he would force white to leave the a file. A way he can achieve this, but this requires some heavy maneuvering, is to get his bishop somehow to b6.
To b6, yes.
But this is very complex. I see the only way is queen b8, one move. I'll try to show you the moves because I won't be able to make all of them. Then I play bishop d8. Then I go to
let's
c7.
Say knight f1 or something.
I play bishop d8, knight g3. I play bishop c7, or maybe doesn't matter. I mean, I will leave the file for a while. I will play bishop b6 immediately. It doesn't matter if I take with the queen.
Yes, and this way black will finally acquire a7 square for her queen.
On the other hand, I have a sort of bit of uneasy feeling. all the major pieces and a big part of the minor pieces are all leaving the king side. So if white can whip up some sort of attack on the king side, it can be really dangerous. So what black played is queen c8.
Queen c8.
I suppose this is a very similar idea. She just wants to play. She played knight e8, so she's preparing sort of for the defense as well.
Knight.
This
Right
happened
here,
already.
yes, and
h6.
h6. I don't know. Maybe she has in mind such a move also, or queen
Yes.
d8 and bishop g5.
Queen
maybe.
d8 and bishop g5.
Yes.
Possibly, yes. Anyway, I'm not a big fan of a6, h6, I must say.
You know, if white was on time, he could abandon the queen side by playing here, and if he was in time to also protect a2 square.
Yes,
For example, I
yes,
play
yes,
a natural move here, which is not the best, and now I protect, which means black opens the a file, but he cannot have a
He has no really
great
effective
use of
access
it.
points.
Exactly.
Yes.
Why?
He can
Because
go to a1 where we can ignore the rook.
yes, which means why? Because the two rooks are isolated from the rest of the army because of the presence of these 4 pawns here. The rest of the black pieces cannot help in the attack on the queen
Well,
side.
it's a rook file. I mean, if it
Yes.
were a central open file, that's different. It would have influence on the whole board. But
Very good.
here, you invade to a1, and this could very well be the end of your activity.
Yes, but I would say that after rook a d1, the correct move is to take immediately.
Yes,
Here,
yes.
take, and before white goes here, I think this is more
This is annoying. This is
Yes.
definitely annoying.
But
I mean,
maybe this is still playable for white here, intending to play bishop b1 on the next move, maybe.
Yes, well, I mean, okay, but still, I would here. Yeah, it's still possible, of course.
We should indicate that in such a position, this move, to me at least, looks like a very big mistake for white.
Well, I mean, 2 rooks are
Yes.
usually worth more than a queen.
Yes. White, and with just one open file, we see that the black queen is inactive in such a position, cannot create threats.
Suddenly, white invades via
Yes,
the
he
a
will
file.
very soon
And
he will
here
double.
the knight b7 plays a very negative role.
Yes.
So, black is absolutely enabled to prevent rook a7, rook a1, rook a8.
Rook a8. Very good.
He will double on the 7th with the rooks or on the 8th.
Exactly. Exactly. We are
so
giving
this
some
is-
general ideas, but which I believe are very important for the deeper understanding of the position. What
So-
would you say in this position? Balanced, maybe. Who is better in your opinion in this position?
I think it's about equal. I
About
would
equal,
say,
yes. Both sides have some pluses and minuses.
Yes. I mean, the knight on b7, I don't like the knight on b7, but the position is still very closed. And the knight in itself, it's still very difficult for white to make it count that the knight has only 1 square on d8.
I'm very much tempted to indicate here a great positional mistake by black, which would have been to play this horrible move, and then immediately after such a move,
Yes,
black's rooks are inactive, and white has a free hand on the king side to
On the
start
king side,
attacking
exactly.
without having to worry about counterplay along the A line.
I will add to this something like the players who play King's Indian with black would say, okay, but you have a King's Indian structure e4 d5 against d6 e5, and there usually white plays on the queen side. Here we have blocked the queen side, so black is going to play on the king side. Isn't that true? Well, this is true to a certain extent, but in the King's Indian, all black's pieces are geared to get in f5 and get in play
get it very fast,
against white's king. And
Yes.
here nothing like this is in the cards. I mean, here white can even play,
G4, exactly,
knight g3.
knight g3.
Here all white's pieces are directed in the direction of black's king.
Exactly.
So even if in some cases black in these closed Ruy Lopez positions gets in f5, it's usually very risky. So here it's again a case, the tension on the queen side with the a5 pawn against the b4 pawn it's in black's advantage. White almost never wants to take on a5,
Yes,
while
because
black is trying to find a suitable moment to exchange.
exactly. If black
The
takes,
pawns on
a3
d4.
pawn will be very weak if white takes,
Yes.
and also the knight from b7 gets
Gets
c5
a fantastic square. I
on
mean, he
c5.
solves every problem which
And
black
he's
has in this
immediately
position
better
with b
for
takes
black.
e5.
Yes.
Exactly, yes. So, I mean, after h6, did we get any other move? No, not yet. So, okay, let's move on to another game. Here we have something which seems to be quite an exciting position. It's some Sicilian reversed,
or English,
or
yes.
something like that. Let's make the few moves. d6, g3. Now, in the last game in the boys category, we had the g3 system against the King's Indian, but here white didn't play d4, and this is like closed Sicilian with opposite colors, with reversed colors. Knight c6, e3.
Maybe bishop g5 and take this knight was also another option. I don't know. Bishop g5.
Yes,
Sometimes
yes.
they do it.
They do
Yes.
it sometimes, and it's a valid option because it's never so clear what to do with the c1 bishop. But okay, white is playing for some scheme of hers, but as I see, she didn't. A natural follow-up would be knight g to e2. Actually, e3 I understand in such a position that the natural follow-up is b5, but then black goes knight d4. And okay, offers a tempo, but the knight is well placed.
Yes, on e6. This is very well known in such structures.
Yes. So e3 I prevent this idea, and now b5 would be very logical. But what happened was queen a4. Aha, she intends to win some material. a6, which okay. Otherwise black c6 is attacked. I don't know if white wants to even win a pawn on c6, but b5 is the main threat. b5 and queen takes a7. So okay, a6, b5, knight e7. I would say this is suspect for white, because she abandoned the center. She's not developing her pieces, but it's all done to win this pawn on b7, and black played knight fd5.
Because the idea is if take here, if white takes, black is actually winning immediately with this intermediate move.
Yes.
Queen takes b7, what else? And bishop takes b5,
Bishop takes
threatening
d5.
also the rook.
Double attack on the queen, rook, black wins a piece.
Wins a piece.
So now, if white takes with the bishop on d5, knight takes d5, this is fantastic compensation on the white squares.
The queen is
queen
has
is
some problems.
threatened,
Yes.
problems
For example,
to
this is winning immediately for black
Again.
after f3,
Rook a8.
a8,
Now,
trapping the queen.
Poor queen is trapped. So now white still can't finish her development and has to lose some tempi. I think I don't like white's position.
How about
okay,
this
knight
move,
g2,
though?
logical
Yes.
move. I get in. Can we somehow exploit the position of white's queen? Is the question. Knight g2 looks like definitely the most natural move.
You know, I even like this move. I'm not sure 100%. This threatening the knight on c3.
Yeah.
And maybe this is the best. In case of this move, I think
once again
we can take.
the
Yes.
exchange, yes.
Bishop takes, queen to a7 or a6.
No matter
And
what, we take on
yes,
d3.
take on d3. Yes.
This is excellent for black.
So
But d4 is definitely the main reaction.
yes, and now what can black do? Already he has some compensation. He can take and bishop c4 or what do you think? Take and bishop c4
Yes,
maybe or
possibly. Bishop c4, no castling for white. Probably he has compensation even if he simply castles here.
If he simply castles, yes.
But
Yes.
what you think? I like also what you said about bishop, knight c3 and bishop c4. I mean, the whole action, white won a pawn on b7 and disrupted the coordination of her pieces. I don't like this idea for white somehow.
Black has good compensation.
I would
yes.
say yes. I would say yes. So she's thinking about her next move. It
But
should probably be knight g2,
Knight g2
which
looks
is
more or less forced. Yes, I don't
yes,
see.
yes. I mean, no, other moves definitely. If for example, white plays bishop d2, then we again run into this
Yes,
idea:
this
knight
idea.
c3, rook b7, bishop d5. These tactics work in various versions, and this one is again good.
Some inexperienced player, I have seen this many times, may say, let's say in such a position, but okay, I'm fine with white. I lose a piece, but I try to calculate this, and later after many moves try to win the bishop back. But an experienced player, as we indicated even yesterday, knows that being a piece up even temporarily offers him
Yes.
a huge amount of options of how maybe to save the
Definitely.
piece or offer it back and gain other
And I
other
don't
interests.
really believe that white here is going to win the
win
piece
the
back,
bishop,
because
yes.
after black castles he will have the chance to play e4,
To play e4,
and
yes.
well,
Yes.
white will have a hard time winning that
Exactly,
piece.
exactly.
Even that is a big problem.
This
for
is
white,
really
so.
very easy for an experienced player, but we have seen this many times in amateur players' game,
Sure,
hoping to
sure.
trap the bishop after 4 or 5 moves, but chess is full of options, and it's never going to happen. Full of options.
4 or 5 moves are a lot of time. I mean,
Exactly, with
and,
million possibilities. Even
black,
theoretically,
black
there
can
are-
very easily develop a
Yes.
very strong initiative here. So it's not really worth it. I mean, knight g2, she still hasn't played it, but knight g2 seems like really the only sensible move. I got
Okay.
another idea here, but after knight g2, if I would take on c3 and play d5 with the idea d4 and then rook takes b7.
Okay.
But okay, this is probably a bit too much.
Still, there is a lot of compensation,
Yes,
even here. Yes.
Black has compensation. I mean, if she handles it reasonably well, white is looking forward to a very tough game where she will have to face a dangerous initiative by her opponent. Knight g2 has been played already, so this
Yes,
is
which is the correct move.
this is the best move, definitely. Well, okay. Let's leave Nika Kralj thinking about what to do next. Okay, let's see game on board 3. Again, we have the English opening here,
Yes.
and okay, let's go through the moves fast. We have symmetrical English, which, despite all appearances, is also quite an interesting opening. Knight f5, d3, e6. I like to play this with black, actually.
To be honest, I hate such positions with both colors. you
No.
know. I don't believe I understand them.
No, I mean,
enough.
I'm not saying I understand them, but somehow when I was about, okay, when I started playing chess, of course, I played only e4 the first 1 or 2 years, but then I decided that c4 is the brilliant move, and till I was like 16, 17, I played exclusively the English opening. Then I understood there are other openings as well, but I didn't return to e4. I mean, I remained a closed games player.
Okay, I also started with e4 first move, but after 1 or 2 years I switched to d4 and never changed for many years.
Yeah,
Now I play occasionally also e4, but mainly d4. Yes.
Yeah,
It's clearly a matter of taste. They are equally strong moves.
exactly. I mean,
I would say the moves, first move e4 or d4 or c4 or knight f3 are of more or less equal value. It's
Yeah,
a
and
matter of
when you play closed games, actually, you can alternate depending on your opponent. I mean, if someone, when we talk about players, we say he's an E4 player and he's a D4 player, but we don't say he's a G3 or he's a knight F3 player, because knight F3 can be played to avoid some lines. Let's say, for example, if I want to avoid Queen's Gambit accepted, then I won't play D4, D5, C4, D takes C4, which is what my opponent usually does. I will play C4 and move one, or stuff like this.
prevent the Queen's Gambit, but allowing some other possibilities.
Allowing some
of
other
course.
possibilities. You can't get everything in the opening. Okay, so let's get back. I would say here, at this point, I would try to prevent b4. To be honest, I would play a5.
Okay.
And followed by b6 and bishop b7, I guess.
Before already there is a tactical threat to win a pawn, b take with b takes c5. That's why black prevents it.
Okay, b5. I don't know if b5 is ideal. I would keep the tension in this position somehow. I would probably castle simply. Black, I think, would play b6 or something like that. b5 doesn't seem so right. Because as we spoke in one of the games earlier, this is a kind of tension which white can choose between b takes c5, b5, or keeping the tension. Black doesn't really want to take on b4. Not now and not later on. So white should have perhaps kept it.
Just a second, may I say something? This move, I mean, it's a bit concrete. It's hard to believe that it is very good, but what is going on here? Threatening bishop takes c6, for example. What is going on? I do not see a very simple solution. White is threatening to take here and win the rook on b8.
Okay.
Yes.
I understand, but if I just simply I move back my knight. I go knight e7.
This one or the other one? The knight from.
Maybe I can play knight e5 even. Is that a plausible move?
Yes, it is threatening d3.
D3 is attacked
d3.
now.
Since I started it, I want to take here, and now it gets. Because the rook is seriously under threat, but I don't think I played good enough. King here, what is going on? No, some
it's
knight
dangerous
b5.
because there are threats with knight b5.
Yes,
this might well be very bad.
In such a position, knight b5. Yes, that's right. So what is going on?
So maybe knight d5 is not really good. And knight fe7 if I play passively.
Knight yes. Can I create some problems with knight e4? Then simply b6. Yes, I don't
simply
think.
b6. I guess.
Don't see any tactics. Maybe this is just too much. Yes, this is.
Possibly, yes.
Yes,
After
this is
knight e4, I don't know if I can consider taking on d3.
On
I mean,
d3. Yes, yes.
probably
Yes,
not.
no, this is too much. I had an idea. Also, this might be possible, but look, knight takes c5, b takes c5, bishop takes c6 would have worked if white had already castled.
Yes,
this
exactly.
Would have
It's
been
a
winning for
tactical
white.
idea,
Yes,
but for the moment it doesn't work.
it doesn't work because of check.
Queen h1. Yep.
So
Okay,
b5.
she played b5. I don't like b5 that much, which I said already. So castles, and now e4. Well, I don't see what else should white play here. I mean, d4 doesn't feel right somehow. Although it's also possible, but black can possibly exchange on
And
d4 and
b6
play
maybe.
queen c7 maybe,
Queen
or
c7,
b6 and
yes.
queen c7.
And he's standing very well.
Yes, this
let's
looks
say
safe. Okay,
somewhere here. I don't know. And b6.
probably yeah. b6, bishop
here,
b7.
Yes, put some pressure on c4.
Yes.
So
So no obvious way to play for something. So e4.
knight
e4
d4.
is
How about bishop takes d4?
I don't know. It's a difficult question, but I suppose I would have to lose a tempo then after knight e2
Knight e2, yes.
and move out the bishop.
Yes, move it here. Is it advisable to exchange bishops here?
Well, not really. I mean, white,
don't
white,
believe so.
white. This
Wants
is the
to keep.
bishop which we want to keep. Actually,
I agree.
it's all. It all goes down to where the majority of the pawns are, and white's g2 bishop doesn't have many perspectives. So we would like to have at least one bishop which is more active. So bishop e3 looks more logical.
This move.
I'm not so sure how black should take on d4. I mean, bishop takes d4 keeps the bishop active, keeps the diagonal open. On the other hand, c takes d4
which was played in the game.
which was played in the game, and black takes controls some important squares like c3, e3, and gains some small space advantage, which actually happened. Queen c7, a4. Okay, now she played e5.
Black ideally would like to have maybe the knight here, but this is a very well known. This is a big distance. This 3 squares distance is actually very
It takes
big.
a very long
Yes,
time.
it takes to go 1, 2, 3, 4 moves. I don't believe they are
And
available.
an extra move with the bishop, so you
yes,
have to start with the bishop.
Yes. And besides, this square won't be available because white may get in a5 soon.
Well, okay, let's say there is a way, but you also have to invest money on king h8, knight g8, knight f6, but you have to protect the d4 pawn first. So I think e5 is a sound move here.
Exactly. I
E5
believe
is a normal move
it is
here.
important to indicate for the players without too much experience that actually if a positional plan is so slow, we should not try it at all. This is my opinion. Most likely it's not going to come true, even if our opponent hasn't seen it. During the way, he will find some ways, even accidentally, to prevent it. So king h8, 1 move, 2, 3, 4, 5 moves. You don't just get 5 moves for free in chess.
Yes.
You don't even get half a move for free. So
Quite often not.
Yes. So in my opinion, black should not try a very slow plan unless he has absolutely nothing better to do. So e5.
e5 is reasonable, definitely. Now bishop d2, and black played f5. So, what
Usually
did-
white. Takes,
what do
you
you
don't
think?
like.
I mean, I don't know. Would you take on f5?
I think I would. Yes, I think I would. What else? to do?
Getting yes, it's
Playing a4. You mean a5 or what? What
maybe
to do?
f4. I don't know. Actually, it gives more reason to the bishop on g2 to open the diagonal.
And
But on
now-
on the other hand, the black's center becomes more powerful. She retook with the pawn, quite obviously, and now queen b3.
Some tactical ideas with some checks and everything.
c5
yes.
is threatening. So black can parry this with quite a logical move as bishop e6.
e6.
But then I suppose white would play something like rook e1,
Rook
maybe.
e1 or b6.
maybe
Yes.
even.
That this is always useful. Yes, threatening to
Knight
take
takes d4,
here,
yes, or maybe knight f4 as well.
Yes, so let's say black goes here. Even now, after some moves, this idea might be useful if the knight
Later
is
on,
not
yes,
protected anymore.
yes.
So what to do here? Play b6, I guess. Yes.
This looks nice for white,
Yes.
actually. White seems to have a pleasant position. I don't know if this a4, if this bishop e6 is ideal.
I think though white should play b6 here because in case he does something like this, maybe black can remove the queen.
And
and
then
now
prevented. There
yes,
will be
yes.
no e6
Still-
anymore.
Yes, still there are ideas here. Queen a3 to put some pressure, maybe c5 at some moment.
Actually, what I did is probably you should play b6 immediately because after rook e1, black can play queen d7 now.
Queen d7
right now, so
immediately.
it's probably not such a bright idea. But I have another. Black is still thinking. She hasn't played anything yet. My another idea is not so. We have to do something against c5 check. So b6 c5 is only provoking. This is not really a good way to do it. So either king h8 or bishop
h8.
e6. I don't see any big advantage in the king h8 because white's gonna play b6 anyway.
b6 in order to have some active play, and also after the exchanges on b6, target d6
Yes,
pawn
yes.
in connection with some bishop
b7 is weak, d6 is weak. Okay, a4 is weak as well, but white can just push a5 and it's well protected on a5. So
How about
this
some try for
f4.
for counterplay? This threatening f3, of course.
I must say,
Yes.
I don't really believe this.
Ah.
I mean, even if I take on f4, I don't see much compensation because black lacks power on the king side
Yes.
to create some threats. If his queen would be somewhere on h5, it would be a different story, I would
Yes,
say.
yes,
But
and it takes many moves to put it there.
yeah.
White also.
And of course, I
some
think he can
tempting
play.
here
He
or
has some
b6 stuff.
maybe even instead of taking on f4, c5 could be also quite strong as well.
White check, yes.
c5 check, then I take on d6, play bishop b4.
Yes, probably. I mean, probably this move to sacrifice a pawn, which white can probably even consider taking, or take now on f4.
Now taking on f4. This
Yes.
looks good for white, really.
Because the problem is that black's king is also slightly weak.
Well, the queen side pieces are not black's queen side pieces are not really playing yet.
But
so
you know, if I had the black pieces, I would judge that I am worse and I have to play passively. I would probably try to
make some
mud the
idea
waters,
like
yes,
this.
with this f4. You know, it might be good in a practical sense because it changes the natural flow of the
character
position,
of
the
the
character,
position.
and this is always a bit annoying to the player who has the better position.
Yeah, I've been thinking about trying the line we checked with bishop e6. Okay, let's now make the move which we consider dangerous. Well,
We thought about rook e1 first, but then queen d7 you indicated.
Queen d7,
yes.
So,
take,
now we
take.
changed our minds, and
Queen d7 now.
probably black should play queen d7, keeping the queens on the board.
And this may come at some moment in case of bishop b4.
Also, he can play in case of bishop b4, yes, but also he can play d5 at some point to get some counterplay. Maybe he has some ideas with e4 as well. But okay, this is risky, of course.
This might be one possibility here, I believe, here, because I think generally white wants to exchange queens and have.
I agree.
Have some free play on the queen side and connected with some a5, a6 ideas if
But
black.
after I play queen c7, I don't know if
Can I do this bishop a5 now? Is this?
you have bishop a5.
Yes.
Okay.
Unknowing. If queen c8 now, I can even maybe take on b7 this time. Yes.
Yes,
If here, yes, I can take because the queen is not going anywhere.
Okay, I agree. Queen c7 is not a bright idea.
Knight c6 maybe. What do you think?
Knight c6. Well, okay.
And now
we
this was
play
my
a5.
my idea.
A5,
Yes.
threatening
Yes.
a6.
Not allowing black to think about his attack on the other side.
So black can still defend against this. He can play, let's say, rook fc8.
fc8.
But okay, we are not forced to play a6 immediately. White can possibly play something like queen a4, rook b6 then.
I think white has some
White
initiative.
has
Yes.
initiative. White has
Yes.
pressure, and black must react. Well, queen a4 is d5. Maybe it's not ideal.
But how about this move? And simply take on a6.
You
Isn't
simply
this
take on
possible?
a6.
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
Just keep the game going on the queen side. On the queen side. The white's only problem is that this knight doesn't take part in the play.
This might be a problem. Okay, I don't know. Rook a8. Is that playable?
And some queen b7. Some slight initiative for white. I think maybe a6 might be a bit Premature, I don't know.
Premature, maybe.
Yes.
I mean, you can play a6 later on, I
Yes,
guess.
we can maybe do this also. I don't know.
Also.
Trying to do something with the knight on e2. I mean, put pressure on the center because this will never be possible. The knight will be
No,
activated.
this would be a heavy positional error.
Mhm.
So f4, or maybe double on the b file also.
Yes.
I mean, the white is the one who has the better chances here. Well, it's black is still thinking, so maybe I grabbed the wrong mouse. So let's for a short while. Let's go to the boys category, the under 14 boys, and see what they are doing. What do we have here open? I don't believe this. Okay. Yes, under 14 boys we didn't have yesterday, and actually I must say here Slovakia has the first seed in this category. So so just humor me and let's check how Lukasz Kostolansky is playing. He's 13 years old. He's over 2400.
Really?
Just recently made his first, I think, IM norm.
Very good.
But he'll probably be in IM quite soon. And he's one of the brightest promises of our chess currently, trained by Grandmaster Lubomir Vtachnik. So, okay. Let's see what's going on. So we have some Pirt's defense here, as I see.
Shall we go from the beginning?
Ah, yes, let's make the
Okay.
first few moves.
So e4, g6 here.
This is also a tradition in Czechoslovakian chess circles. This used to be really a favorite.
This a
favorite
move, you
defense.
mean?
No. I mean Pirt's defense. This was
yes,
Hort
okay,
used to
okay.
play it. Jansa, Vtachnik played it also for a while. Then, of course, he started alternating with the Sicilian, and he played Sicilian much more often.
I try to force myself to like the pitch and modern defenses with the black pieces, but I failed to do it. I consider them.
I actually at this moment when I decided when I was like 12 and I decided that c4 with white is the best move. I decided I will play Pirt's with black, and I did so for about 4 or 5 years. And then also stronger and better players explained to me that this, while it's possible, it shouldn't be your only defense. And I changed to the Sicilian nowadays. I play also e5 from time to time and try to be more flexible. Okay,
So
it gives white a free hand in the center, which is always sort of risky. And like with the Gruenfeld, the game can get concrete, tactical, and you have to know your way around, not to end in a bad position.
white castle here. I think also they play e4, e5 here for white. Yes.
Yes, I
This
know,
is-
but castles. When I played, when I used to play actually not knight a6 but knight c6 here, but knight a6 is now the main line, and e5 was considered the strongest years ago, but I don't think they play it much now. I think now this is actually the main line, but not e5. Now
D5,
d5
yes,
is the
yes.
main move, definitely. d5, then black usually plays bishop g4, keeping open the options. Or
Knight
his
b4.
Knight b4 or knight c7. He will decide in accordance with what white does.
We have to indicate in such a position that this is hardly ever a good move because black, because now after this d4 f4, the light squares had been weakened and black has enough counterplay
Yes,
to
even
compensate.
sacrificing a pawn after
yes,
d5,
yes.
he can play even d5. He can play even bishop b7, let's say, or maybe he can flick in c takes d4.
Yes, which might be
simply.
an even better
Yes.
move at this moment. Yes.
This looks like a very good position for black. So definitely the main move here is definitely d5. d5 when black plays either bishop g4 or maybe rook b8. not defining the position of the a6 knight. At some point it can jump to b4, for example, if white plays a4 to prevent b5 forever, then knight b4 is definitely a good move. And otherwise it can go to c7 to support the b5 advance anyway. But all this didn't happen. What white played is e5 immediately, going for a tactical fight, and I think here black is. I mean, this is one of the main goals in the Pir's defense, to break up white's center, and white to get more influence in the center. He played the move f4, which normally, usually we try to develop pieces in the opening
Yes.
end. All the time we waste for building up a pawn center is at the cost of the position. So okay, we move on a bit faster the moves. Now white's pawn center gets broken up, and actually black even immediately
there is
won a
this
pawn with
interesting
with this trap and trick.
combination. Yes.
So black here has an extra pawn, central extra pawn. It looks very good for black, but white's pieces are still quite active. I want to get to the position which is topical, which stands on the board, and we have a short look at this position, and then we have a break coming. So obviously the knight is attacked. White does have some tactical chances, but I don't know if it's enough if I simply play knight d7 or
Knight
something.
d7.
Is it so dangerous?
And in case of rook b5, for example, there are many possibilities. Black can even sacrifice the pawn on b7,
But
play
even
some
if
rook
he plays
c8
b6,
or
I
b6.
don't see. I mean, g4 is not really a threat. So it looks. What white is trying to do is maybe bishop d3 or so.
But for
I
the
still
moment,
have
the rook is hanging for the
rook is
moment.
hanging. I mean,
yes.
rook
rook
b5,
b5.
b6, and then something.
There are also other moves here, like rook c8,
Of
maybe
course.
other moves. Yes.
Rook c8.
I mean, and, even if the rook ends up here, some knight e5 ideas, which means that black may even make another useful
Yes.
move here.
Well, I don't believe that white has enough for the pawn. I mean, black has played reasonably consistently. He has won. Hasn't won a poisoned pawn or anything. He hasn't taken some h2 pawn and now he's getting mated on h5. He won a central pawn, most important of them all.
He played rook c8 finally, and now it is white
okay,
to
this
move.
already happened. I like black's position, I must say. Knight d5.
This was nearly working, because if bishop takes, white wins. But look, if take,
Well,
this
queen
was my
g4.
idea. Yes, but c4 is dropping, and
C4
also
bishop,
queen
C4
takes
bishop
f5 is the problem. If g takes
Queen
f5, rook
takes
g1.
f5 as well, yes.
Yes.
So it works
It's
only in specific conditions.
But
Knight
can we do this? Just a
b5.
second. Can I do this? I know I sacrifice pieces all the time. This and this, intending knight e4. I know these are all very risky moves. I have an idea in my mind to do this, because if black takes, I give checkmate.
Okay, that's an interesting idea, definitely. What do we do now? How can I possibly refute this? Do I have to play something like queen h5? White has definitely drawing chances at the very least.
Yes, or look to
Queen
do this
h4.
tactical stuff and bishop e6.
Bishop e6.
And now it is black who is attacking, who has the temporary initiative.
Yeah.
Let's say here, what is going on?
Well, I don't know.
don't-
I still think now white actually has helped himself. I mean, this is he has some tactical chances which he shouldn't have got. Are we overlooking something here? I don't know.
Quite possibly.
Quite possibly. Okay, rook b5. No, this is what we analyzed. White is thinking after rook c8, and we interrupt our transmission and go for a short break. So thank you for the time being, and we'll be back after the break.
We're back here with a special guest, a chess player from Bosnia, who is playing under 12 open section. Can you introduce yourself?
My name is Nasir Radacha. I come from Bosnia and I'm 12 years old.
I heard that you win today.
Yeah, I won. This is my first victory.
Can you show us a little bit of your game? Let's start from the opening and say the key part of the game.
Yes, of course. So I was white. I decided to play e4.
Can I ask who was your opponent?
My opponent was Smetana Petar
From?
from Slovakia. He played the Sicilian, c5. I played standard knight f3. He played knight c6, d4, breaking the center. He took on d4. I took with the knight. And he played
G6.
g6. Yes. After g6, I played bishop c4. I like to play the bishop c4 to just have that pressure on the f7 pawn.
That looks very nice and also scary a little bit for a black.
Yeah.
Can you tell me your opening repertoire? What usually you play with both colors and how you prepared for this game?
I usually, as white, I play the London system. As black, I play the Sicilian, or after d4, I play the Gruenfeld defense. I prepared for this game. I didn't prepare that much because I searched his name on the chess database and I couldn't find any results.
So you just randomly
Yeah.
play. Okay, so what happened next?
He played bishop g7, attacking the knight on d4, so I had to defend him. Bishop e3. He played knight to f6, developing his knight and attacking the pawn on e4, so I defended it. Knight c3. Okay, so he castled, kingside. I played queen d2. I was planning on castling the queen side, but after the move knight g4, I really didn't want to castle on the queen side. So
Is this still the opening repertoire, or you just played the moves by yourself?
I usually play games like this is my system.
Ah, okay.
So I mean, I didn't want to allow him, to double my pawns or to take my knight, so I took knight takes c6.
And knight c6 is important to play intermediate move, otherwise
Yeah.
it will hang on itself
Yes.
on d4, right?
Yes. So he took with the b pawn, thinking maybe he could play, if I castle a queen side, thinking he could play maybe rook b8 and the bishop on g7 would be a killer. Then I was thinking to play bishop f4, but I really didn't want to allow him to have this line, so I played bishop to d4, offering an exchange of bishops. So he decided to play e5, but then there's a problem because the d6 square is now becomes weak after bishop c5.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
very nice diagonal for the bishop. And
Yes.
also it stops the d pawn Which
Yes.
means that it stops the bishop here. Oh,
Yes.
sorry.
Oh, no problem.
Yeah.
So I mean, the rook was attacked. Yeah, he
Yeah.
had to play rook e8. After rook e8, I just wanted to chase away the knight. He played knight to f6, and
May I ask you here? He played knight g4, and then all these exchanges happened. So you were satisfied with this all what happened, or you wanted knight on the board?
no, I mean, I think I like this position because I have these two beautiful bishops. I mean, I can just castle, put the rooks on the on the D&D file, and that will be a perfect game. So I castled kingside because still of the b2 pawn should b2 pawn can be a very weak spot. Knight of 6 castles. So he played bishop to b7, trying to develop his bishop, but I don't think that bishop on b7 is any better than the bishop on c8.
That's right.
So I put, as I said, I put my rook on a to d1, and this is, I think that this is the part that he made a blunder. I think he was getting kind of mad that he can't really develop his pieces, so he took knight to knight e4.
So he felt a bit squeezed in this position, and he wanted to change something. And I have seen this knight e4 in some positions, and after knight e4, there's a d5, getting the piece back. It's a fork, right? So how it happened in this position?
So I took knight takes e4, as you said, d5, and now there's a problem. The d6 square, as I said, becomes weak. Knight to d6, attacking the rook and the bishop.
Oh, it's a fork first of all, and also I think he missed this intermediate move. Let's say.
I mean, he just took the bishop. I took his bishop, and I was up a piece. I mean, we exchanged the queens, and I was in a really satisfying endgame.
Seems like it was very easy game for you because you got advance in the opening, and you played your opening, and then it was just a very easy game. How many moves did you play?
I mean, we played 49 moves, but this is, I think, the move that he was just continuing to play desperately. He was thinking maybe of a stalemate, but that didn't happen in the game.
He had chances for stalemate?
No, I think he did.
You know, when I was a kid, I was trying to play as more as possible because I was a bit shy to go early from the board. I was, let's play 1 more hour, maybe, because, yeah, I don't wanted to tell my parents that I lost easily.
Yeah.
Can I ask you some questions about you, like when you started playing chess?
I started playing chess 5 years ago.
Oh, that's a long time. And how many hours do you practice chess?
I mean, I practice like 2 hours a day, but I play chess on my phone usually, and that. I mean, I work chess with books on YouTube, and I play chess on chess.com.
Oh,
Or chess24.
yeah, that's. I also do these two things. Who's your favorite chess player?
My favorite chess player was Robert James Fischer, but my current one is Magnus Carlsen.
That's what I expected. Can I know what is your favorite part? Is it middle game, end game, opening? What do you like to play the most and to practice most?
I like to practice end games because I usually get in some weird end games, let's say, because I usually exchange pieces, but I also like the middle game because I can create some tactics.
Are you more tactical chess player or positional chess player?
Positional. Yeah.
Yeah, my favorite part is also endgame, and I usually like to train endgame at home because there's like less pieces on the board, but a lot of ideas. Which is your favorite endgame?
I don't know. I have a lot of really beautiful and creative.
Or let's say which endgame you don't want to get most, like pawn endgame, queen.
I usually pawn and games.
Because it's a little bit complicated.
Yeah.
Can I know which is it your first tournament, European Championship, or you had played this before?
No, this is actually my first European Championship.
And what is your expectations?
I mean, I expect at least to have half of the total score. I mean, I would be really satisfied with it.
And the most important is that you may enjoy this atmosphere here, and you enjoy to play chess and to be with your friends, right?
Yes, that's really true.
I wish you good luck, and thank you very much for coming here and show your game. And I hope you come here again with winning games, right?
Thank you.
Thank you. For this moment, that was all our interview. We will have a very, very short break, and we will come back soon.
Okay, so we're back.
So we're
And-
back after the break, and we've decided that we'll switch from the lower age categories now, and we'll go back to the older boys and girls. And this time we'll start with the boys first. So let's check what the first seed, Grandmaster Hakobian, is doing, who won his first round game, and now he's playing black.
Shall we go from the beginning?
I don't know if it's worth it.
Okay, so we can check.
Maybe
here.
we just go with the position, because already we have 22 moves made. So a typical open Sicilian, although it wasn't a d4 being played. d4 takes d4, but the position carries all the signs of an open Sicilian. Black has two bishops. This is pretty much obvious, and I would say it gives him a very comfortable position, an advantageous position.
I agree with you. There is a weakness on d6, but with tactical means, I'm sure that black will be able to compensate for that. For example, I say in case of knight f3, putting direct pressure on d6, immediately, just like we noticed in the King's Indian, white, in order to put pressure on a pawn, removes his pieces from the center, and this immediately offers counter chances. For example, this is a possible move. I think it looks
Possibly
good
the
enough.
d5 actually looks
Exactly.
very strong.
Exactly, and this is the other idea. You're absolutely right, I guess.
With the rook on e8, he's probably. Actually, that's maybe in the position we have on the board. It's maybe a direct threat to play d5.
Exactly. So I think black is already better here. For example, in case of this move, d4 should be winning immediately.
d4 nets some material.
Yes.
Guess
How about
this is
queen
not
b6 here? How about this move? Then
Queen b6.
with tactical means, maybe taken bishop b5, for example.
Worst case, yes. We
in
can
worst
take
case.
and play bishop b5, which should be okay for black.
Yes.
And
actually, it looks really very
it
strong.
looks very strong, yes.
Yes, because also the knight from b6 doesn't have good squares available. This may come under attack, even with some rook b8 or bishop d8 if necessary.
Yes.
Also, this is a threat. No, that's
This is
really
very good.
very
This
bad
is good.
position for.
This is good for black, definitely.
Yes.
So white's best piece is the knight on c4, and this is under threat. I mean, either ideas like bishop b5 or d5 are in the air, and it's not so easy to suggest anything somehow anything constructive for white.
How about I sacrifice always in other people's games?
Okay, thank you.
This an exchange. My idea is purely positional now. Let's say black takes with the rook,
Okay.
and I want to play this move. Of course, and now I establish a quite interesting blockade on the dark square, but of course I do this on a very high price. I lose a whole exchange.
Yes.
White's idea is that if black's light square bishop ends up a bit inactive or out of play, then two knights in the center may compensate and keep some kind of balance. But I think this is a bit too much in this position. It's already
I don't think
open.
white has enough compensation.
Exactly.
Also, there is a question: do I have a chance to take with the pawn?
Yes.
No, that's queen g3
Queen
check,
g3, yes,
and
this
we
is
lose
my
the
idea.
d6 pawn. This is not really ideal. White gets one pawn for the exchange, and the knight on d6 is even better placed than on c4. So black should go for this, what Ioannis indicated.
But
Should
then
take
again,
with the rook.
my thinking is that it's already very open position. This would it takes a
Yes.
few more details for a white to stand well here. I mean, maybe black can try this, or even this, targeting a checkmate on f1 with.
I don't really believe white has enough compensation.
I agree.
It's not technically simple to win
Yes.
here, but black has all the chances.
Yes, I think it's a bit too early to to
Yes,
you know go to
yes.
so drastic measures.
Black has a comfortable position, but okay, he's not winning yet, and okay, see, he must still somehow force something major to show some major advantage here.
Can we
Queen
try
g3. Okay, let's try
directly
queen
here
g3 directly,
to stop also this d5, which is a threat for black?
which is definitely threat. We are removing the queen from the e file, threatening d6. So what does black have
But
here?
of course, we will appear with the king on f1 temporarily. I mean, after bishop takes d4 check
d4,
and
yes.
take, and this temporary lack of harmony may tell in the tactics.
I'm trying to make work some tactics here. But if we play queen c5, then white can simply take on d6 with the queen, I
With
guess.
the queen.
Which I don't see anything really convincing here for black. So okay, let's abandon this idea. There is also black can. I think he doesn't risk much if he plays bishop e5. Knight takes e5, d takes e5. In these
this move,
positions,
yes.
even a double pawn is not a serious weakness, and black is doing okay. I mean, but I would like to get more than this with black. I would like to get more.
How about taking on d4? This
Okay.
is yes, this
The
is
principled idea. Rook
Yes.
d4, rook f1,
and take here.
king f1. My king is on f1 for a while, and can somehow black use it to his advantage? Well, that's a question, because now d6 pawn is really weak.
But let's resort purely to tactical measures here. I suppose queen takes d6 is
Queen takes d6 is very
and now I want to
natural.
give this check, starting with, and then queen f7 is going to be my next move, no matter what.
Well, I would prefer to hide my king, so
So
I will play king g1.
King g1 and h3. Yes,
And
this
h3,
is
exactly, yes.
yes.
Now I must free a square for the
Yes,
king.
yes, and now the queen cannot get very far because e6 is hanging with check,
Yes,
and my
yes.
idea, I think, has failed.
Yes, this doesn't seem convincing at all. I mean, here black has sacrificed a pawn, but doesn't have anything really
Once again,
concrete.
this is a matter of calculation, of precise calculation, just like it's most of the times the case in chess. That's why I strongly advise all the people, all the players who are watching, to solve many tactical puzzles, thousands of them, and focus more on tactics. Focusing on tactics is a very difficult task because you have to face your fears. You have to face failure because tactics are really very difficult. But on the other hand, this is what will bring success, and all of the greatest players are especially strong in tactics. And now I notice that after this, while I'm talking, I notice this move, which seems much
This
better
looks,
to me,
this looks
with the
excellent,
idea
because,
e5.
the
Yes.
idea is e5, and after queen takes d6, the queen is not attacked.
Exactly.
We just
The
play
queen
e5.
is not here. Yes.
It's not on c5.
And-
exactly. We play e5, and now the tactics work in black's favor.
But once again, can I do this?
Queen b6.
Once again.
Again, it requires a lot of calculation. So also this looks quite okay for white.
Yes.
Now white has survived the worst, I would say.
So these, more or less, these are the lines that the players are calculating. It's a
Yes.
matter of black was almost winning here, but there is queen b6, and white is
White
yes,
is very
so-
much in the fight.
right in front of us. We have a very specific example. You know, black was almost winning, but he didn't calculate
Yes,
well. Let's say
what we said immediately is that black has a
Exactly.
nice position,
Exactly.
two bishops, but
Exactly.
you have to prove this in a heavy tactical
of
fight.
course.
And
Here,
this
I think it's white. White is better here. There is
Here
a pawn
probably
up.
white
yes,
is better. Yes,
yes,
I mean,
yes. So
what's he going to do now? Here,
Uh-huh.
white can be satisfied with
Yes,
this
of
position,
course.
definitely.
yes, so it's once again purely a matter of calculation. I don't know if there is another mistake in our calculation. We have to think
Of course, that's
deeply.
quite
yes,
possible.
yes, yes. So what to do finally after Queen G3, which was played in the game?
Queen G3 happened.
Yes,
So
yes.
we have the position. We will now lose oral analysis, but it doesn't matter because we didn't really find any. I suggested bishop e5, but okay, I'm not too happy with this move. I wouldn't like to play it so much, and I was starting to think about playing something like directly e5,
Yes.
which of course the bishop on f6 doesn't like this move too much, but with some concrete tactics bearing
It
in
may
mind,
work.
it
Yes.
may work.
Let's
Problem
have
is
a
knight
look.
f5. So, can I play something like queen c5 and then still I don't seem to make it work properly.
Yes.
I don't see anything really concrete here. Queen c5 check. What? So what? He can even play king h1. Okay, queen g3. Queen g3 is maybe we will have to be. Should we be really modest and play simply bishop e7?
Bishop e7. And now this is one possibility in order after d5 to enter, of course, knight d6. There is no
Yes.
time for shy moves like this
Knight
or
e3,
whatever.
yes.
Yes,
So
yes.
black would be very happy.
Yes, but now black has a few possibilities. Here he can even take on e5 because in principle it might be a good idea to open
Open the position
the
for the
position,
bishops.
yes.
After knight takes e5, black can play bishop d6. Let's say.
And from my advice, whenever there is for both, this is advice for both players, white and black. Whenever there are two rooks staring at each other, we should always consider taking on f1 or taking on f8.
Of course.
It might
Of
be of a
course.
significant
In
difference.
calculations, captures, attacking moves,
Exactly.
attacking a piece. This
Exactly.
is what one has
Exactly.
to consider. Simply.
For example, after this move, if white takes with the king, he exposes his king, and if he takes with the rook,
he relieves the
knight
pressure
on d4. Yes, knight on
Yes,
d4 is
knight
a
on
bit
d4 is
loose. Yes,
unprotected,
and
yes.
half a tempo may change the verdict.
Yeah.
Yes.
Very true. Rook f1 looks like a good move actually.
Should maybe
So maybe white should take on
should
f8
take
at this
here.
point.
Yes.
Yes.
How should we take?
Already that's quite a difficult question. If we take with the rook,
Yes.
then after e5, d5, the rook won't be attacked. But on the other hand, the e6 pawn is vulnerable when the rook is not on e8. So might be white has some ideas with queen g4, queen h3 instead of e5 also.
Yes, but can I do this once again very specifically
Anyway.
here and now move the queen? So complicated. I even have such an idea, for example. Such an idea. If you exchange, I want to take, and then take here an e5. If
Yes. Support the pawn on c3, e5, and d4.
if queen g4, this gives many ideas with attack on the last rank or anything.
Yes.
Yes.
Queen g4, I think it's queen e3 check, and we take on e5 simply.
Yes, of course, just as simple as that. Yes,
this
you are
probably
absolutely right.
Doesn't
Of
work
course.
too well.
This is game over. Here and what? To exchange. Yes. Take. Look, this is awful for white. I see this move and e5. If knight f3, e4
Knight
is
f3 is
winning.
e4.
And
This
if
is-
this, yes, this is
This
terrible.
is d4.
Terrible.
This is really terrible because
Yes.
the black pawn chain is invincible, while
Yes.
the pawn on d6 is lost shortly.
And
Bishop
such
b5, bishop f5
exactly.
are
And
threats.
such kind of blockade is completely unhealthy because this is a light square and can be easily attacked by a bishop. It's not even a
This
blockade.
is one thing we said yesterday. Now black's pawns are on dark squares and has a light square bishop. They coordinate well with each other.
Yes,
if it
because-
would be other way
Exactly.
around, if he had a dark square bishop somewhere on d6, the pawns could be blockaded
Blocked.
effectively.
Exactly,
And that's
exactly.
not true. At
By this way, the
point.
pawns control the dark squares and the bishop controls the light squares, and this
Yes.
means harmony. Yes.
So, has anything changed? No. He's thinking at this
Yes.
point.
Uh-huh.
So, will he play bishop e7? That's an open question.
There are many possibilities. That's why we say we speak with principles. If humans can calculate anything, there is no need to indicate the idea of principles. We would just calculate everything by force. But because
Yes.
this is not possible, we
This
say
is in this position, it's not really possible. This is not a purely tactical position. The pieces are already in contact. Most of the lines which we mentioned have tactical content, but still both sides have to think about strategy. For example, my proposal e5. This is a strategically inferior move.
but it may work tactically.
It
That's
may
the
work
idea.
tactically, yes. I was trying to make it work tactically, but like quite a few endeavors in my life, it failed miserably because it weakens the light squares and makes the formerly active bishop on f6 a rather poor piece. So black can't do everything in this position. It's not the type of position where he can allow himself any liberty.
Still, I believe this bishop e7 that
Bishop
we found
e7
is
looks
probably the best
looks
move.
like a normal solid move. I mean, maybe the question is, can't white after bishop e7? Let's put it on the board. Can't white try to attack the e6 pawn?
I
with-
calculated this, but it doesn't seem to work. For example, if we take here,
Yeah, we
yes,
take with
there,
the rook.
and for example, such a move, I think black is winning immediately. This, or maybe even this, threatening e5.
Yes.
And in case of king h1, black is winning immediately with
Queen
this.
takes
with this
d4.
move. Yes.
So this doesn't work. This idea.
Yes.
After queen a7. So maybe
Yes.
queen c5 is even better because after queen a7 we could play e5 maybe.
Yes, just wanted to protect the bishop, but if you want to play e5, yes, I agree.
So maybe queen
maybe
c5 is
this-
even stronger.
Yes.
And now, but it has the drawback, and the obvious drawback is that now I can't.
No, you
play
don't threaten.
e5.
I mean, I
I'm
can
not
play maybe
threatening.
something
maybe
like
maybe some simple move like
to
that.
play here. Again, black seems to have a very nice game. Other possible. No, this
Bishop
move,
f6.
yes,
Yeah,
yes,
this
yes.
looks very good for black. So white maybe the best thing he can do. Okay, this e5 and queen c3 looked nice. Maybe he should swap here.
He did play bishop e7, by the way.
He did play
Black
bishop
did play
e7,
bishop
okay.
e7. Thank you very much.
So I got a lifesaver now, and after arranging my cup of coffee, I'll start talking again. So bishop e7. Maybe what white should do is. I stained this beautiful white tablecloth. It's probably not the last time it happened. So, what I wanted to suggest is swapping perhaps the rooks and playing h3, because this seems like white has all sorts of problems on the basic rank, and
They seem in, yes.
yes. So we should probably take some precaution, and maybe even then later move the king to h2.
But you know, now there might be a good chance to play e5 because knight f5 is not available. e5 or maybe even queen c5 There is very good counterplay. H3. Queen
Black
C5.
still basically we both feel the same thing, that black is doing fine in this position.
For example, here king, where this is another dilemma. Let's say here, maybe
I
this
don't
might
know.
be too much. Nobody knows.
Maybe.
Yes.
I mean, after king h2, there might be some problems with d5 and bishop comes to d6.
I want to do this because now knight f5 is not available, unless, of course, white wants to sacrifice a pawn. This might also have some
Maybe,
slight
yes.
meaning. Yes.
Yes, yes.
But if he goes back, I think black will
Bishop
control.
c6.
Yes,
Or
here
bishop
or
e6
here.
or
Yes.
bishop c6,
Yes. Black. It takes some time to think which one, but they both look very good, and black has controlled the most important central squares. Yes. I think black has a good game. The rook is coming here if necessary, or even if he puts it on e6. Black is definitely playing for an advantage here.
Yeah,
because this knight on f3 is
black
not good.
Black is also, he's about 20 minutes up on the clock with the bishop pair, the higher rated player. He has the initiative.
You know what I
mean-
think? I think, Igor, that maybe white should abandon all
They
this
abandon the
idea.
f-file and
and
simply play rook e1, and
just-
this also strengthens the idea of e5 and
Yes,
rook,
yes,
rook
and just keep my
knight
pieces
d6.
all the same.
Yes.
Whenever I try to fight along the f line, I lost this fight.
Yes,
Uh,
yes.
Uh,
Well, even here black can play e5,
E5.
as knight f5 is again a pawn sacrifice. But maybe with both rooks in the game, it's a better idea than it was after exchanging on
and
f5.
I see some moves coming with tempo. Shall we check this?
Yeah,
Knight
why
e3
not?
coming with tempo, maybe
Knight
even.
d5 then, yes.
Yes. Rook probably to f7. I think it makes a lot of sense.
Makes most
to
sense, yes,
protect
to me at
everything.
least.
And then there is compensation, obviously, but
Yes, okay, I mean this is an open fight.
Yes. Let's say here to put the
Attacking
queen
the
in light
b4
squares,
pawn also,
b4
yes.
pawn, yes.
Queen comes to e4, knight to d5.
Yes, there is.
Well, now the position has transformed. I mean, white is a pawn down, but he has very, very tough to break blockade.
As they say, there is a compensation for the pawn, but there is also pawn for the compensation. Yes,
exactly. So it's I mean it's an open struggle here. I would say that black is still. I mean we have gotten immune to these sort of positions with the success of the Sveshnikov, where black plays setups like this. He isn't even a pawn up, and he has a lot of dynamic play. Well, here he doesn't have enough minor pieces for the dynamic play. So here it's all about the compensation, I would say.
generally it seems that black is doing fine, more or less.
Yes, I would say that black is not the one who has problems here. I mean, white. It seems that did he play really king h1? No, we made this move on the. No, it
No, he
happened,
did.
I guess. But this seems a bit strange. I mean, this is a move which none of us expected. Well, it does have sense in the meaning that now all the tricks on the a7 g1 diagonal are eliminated. But on the other hand, white can have problems with the basic rank, like queen c5 threatens, queen takes d4.
Yes, this move, or
This-
even first take on f1, or this
Maybe
directly.
yes, or maybe this directly. Maybe now he wants to play something like. But if he plays knight f3 now, I can play bishop b5, I guess.
Exactly.
So
If
this
knight f3, yes, you showed, I believe correctly, you showed this move.
yeah, this looks good for black. Simply king h1 doesn't seem like a very good choice. Okay, I would say we leave this with black thinking about, let's say, queen c5 might be a very promising move, and we move on to board 2, where I seem to think that Lucas van Forest, who is playing with white, is on the defensive, despite material equality and despite the opposite color bishops. How would you evaluate the position?
Black is better, but it's a question if white finds a very safe square for his king, which is of course g2 square. It is very important if white is able to find time and play g3, king g2,
G3,
and
king
then
G2. Then he
the
consolidates his setup.
Yes.
He'll be able to defend effectively.
But of course he has to reckon with some queen takes f2 threats
Sacrifices,
ideas, but
yes,
okay,
but
this he will do easily. Let's indicate in this point, I would very much like to indicate that black would very much like in such a position, h3 in my opinion would be a huge positional mistake. Black will play this, which is very, very important. And this structure
practically fixes the weakness on
exactly.
f2.
And the king on g1 now is permanently weak. This f2 is always under attack. g3 will never be possible in the near future. And this square is not g2 square. This is a dark square, and we can immediately understand that this is not a safe square. In the long run, white will receive some dangerous checks. So black would very much like to play this h5 and h4. This is a very deep idea. And I have the feeling after bishop c4, that actually this move directly might be the correct one.
Well, I will just say, why do we think that black has an advantage? Of course, it's mainly due to the fact that these major pieces are more active.
More active, yes.
I mean, if we would turn this around and white's rook was on an open file and his queen was attacking f7, then we have the same situation, but with white pressing.
Exactly, yes.
So here, white's advantage is due to his piece activity, and white is on the defense because f2 is weak. I mean,
exactly.
At the current moment, queen takes f2, rook d1, check, bishop f1. This doesn't work yet. But bishop c4 has been played already, which is an absolutely normal move.
Yes, normal move, because
black is thinking about.
Yes, white needs to target this f7
to get counterplay.
Yes, to get counterplay all the time.
Going with the bishop to f3 would enable black probably to double on the second rank or something.
After
like
some
this.
g6, let's say.
Yes, g6, queen b2, rook d2. And now he must take more care.
This h5 is typical, but I would say maybe also a bit slow. I don't know, but somehow if black wants to activate his rook, he should.
Well, he needs some pawn move, g6,
yes,
h5 or something.
G6.
So maybe h5 is really the best way to start, and then it's connected with the idea mentioned to advance the h pawn, and also now once my basic rank is not weak, I can also do queen b2 and rook d2 to increase the pressure on f2.
But you know, I see this very interesting possibility now, because white should also activate his queen. I allow black to take a2 pawn, but first of all I will play some queen f3 and counter attack, and secondly, even if black takes a2 pawn,
the a2 pawn is not crucial.
Exactly, strategically it will take too many moves for black to create a passed pawn, as we both understand immediately, which means that after queen b7, white
queen b7 looks like a very logical move.
Yes, bring the queen back to the defense and counter attack at the same time. Yes. This f3 is a good square, attacking various pawns and protecting f2.
Exactly. Well, I mean, still black shouldn't probably be greedy and take the pawn on a2.
Yes.
I would say he should play something like queen f4.
Queen f4 to stop.
And queen f3 now. Okay, you exchange queens, but I take play rook d2.
Rook d2, and this is.
You have ruined your pawn structure on the king side.
And you can never get away of the pin. Yes, you can never step away of the pin. For example, this g5. I remember I think it was some rapid game by Karpov, played only recently. 1 or 2 years ago, where he put his pieces like this, and in the end he won, although objectively it was a draw, but with very tough defense.
Yes, well, here it's obviously white who is under pressure.
Here are good practical chances for black.
Yes, this is an unpleasant position.
Yes, white should prefer. here to keep the queens, to play a bit more active. I would have played this, intending king g2 on the next move. Still, things are not very simple. Queen f5, threatening rook d2.
Well, okay,
Here,
king g2, I play rook d2.
rook d2 and win a pawn.
I just
yes.
continue with my plan, I mean.
This, but you know, I think that this move is playable. Now I give this check in order to leave f7 unprotected, and now I get back to f3 in order to win a tempo. Yes, take now f7 is under attack, so we are not like this. That's why I gave the check, and I think this should be
tenable. Yes, this is probably not so bad.
But instead of rook d2, how about this move?
h4.
Yes,
yeah,
this is not, because queen f3
increasing the pressure.
Yes, queen f3 is losing now material, and
queen f3 is mate with h3.
Exactly.
Loses queen and king in one move.
Yes, the worst possible.
That's the worst possible move. I mean, queen f3. It's like a reflex. In absolute time trouble, you try to move the queen closer to the king, only to lose immediately.
So after this, black has some.
No, here black is definitely pushing heavily.
Yes, and these
rook
may
d2,
come later.
h3 is
yes.
a threat. Rook d2 is a threat. I mean, white has
black
to
played
find
g6.
Black played g6.
This might be a bit too slow. You know, it's a matter of tempi also. I mean,
and white already played queen b7.
Queen
if I'm
b7,
not mistaken,
yes.
which
Queen b7.
which we already said this is a good idea.
Yes. Threatening
Queen
to
takes
go
a2,
here.
queen f3 is definitely not a major problem.
But why this time h5 is not dropping? Shall we have a closer look?
Okay, let's have. But I suppose this should be playable. I mean, okay, you play some rook d7, let's say, and I'm not too worried because you have to protect f7. I play h4 maybe.
h4, yes. Now white sacrificed at the cost of a pawn. White takes the initiative, and actually after this there is this very annoying queen f6 threatening all these
Queen
ideas.
g6, yes.
And suddenly it is white who is, black made in reality a very grave positional mistake. He surrendered all the pressure just to win a7 pawn. And what is a7 pawn? Completely useless for many moves. So
I mean, even in some end game with b3 against a7 and c7, it's extremely difficult to achieve anything.
Exactly.
The a2 pawn is not really worth it. Here, this is always the opposite colored bishops, as even less experienced, weaker players know. They are a neutralizing factor. You can draw end games two pawns down. Or
exactly.
so. But what even stronger players don't realize quite often is opposite colored bishops, when you have the initiative, this is a factor which helps the side with the initiative, because you have the better bishop and the opponent doesn't have a bishop to oppose it. So often the side which has the attack in a position with opposite colored bishops wins rather easily on the squares of the color of his bishop.
Exactly.
He breaks through the dark squares because the opponent doesn't have the dark squared bishop to protect the dark squares.
Additionally, my experience says that, let's say that white is attacking on the light square. Usually it is typical to use also some a small amount of dark squares as well.
Yes, of course.
I mean, usually one cannot win by just using one color of the board. It takes mostly light squares, but one or two dark squares. Now we saw some queen f6 move, for example.
Of course.
Here black played actually very slowly, in my opinion, in the game, and white has equalized.
Yeah, he got out of the worst.
Yes. Let's have a look how the game was played. I don't like this g6. I prefer h5.
H5
more active.
H5 is more concrete and better.
And here queen f4. It is crucial to stop queen f3. Yes, queen f4.
I would try to stop it. Definitely.
But the difference is obvious in this variation. If here g3, here h5 is one move too late. This pawn should have been already here, and this pawn here, which means
g6 is not too useful.
Yes, this might be.
This might be working, and here, okay, Even
Take.
here, black is
There is
better after rook d2, but
yes,
still it's
a4. Yes, there is some play still, but
okay. We might even play maybe h3 g4, give the
yes,
pawn. I
yes,
don't know. Black plays
yes,
h4 anyway.
yes.
So this is still not so pleasant.
I remember some game by Nigel Short. It was totally different situation, but let's say here, and he went king if against who he found totally different. He had there was equal level, same bishops, and white was much better actually. And he played here. He abandoned f2 pawn, and he went like this. This image is coming directly in my mind.
Maybe white would have to do something like this later on. But here he didn't have to think twice. I mean, after rook d7 or king g7, of course he played
a4,
and now
queen d4 has been played.
happened. I would say g3 is
Yes,
absolutely
g3,
natural
securing this safe square. And then white, if black is not careful enough, white may even start thinking about gaining
his own active play. Rook
yes.
e1, rook e4, f4.
Yes. Okay, objectively it should be
Now it looks
yes, let's say
it looks drawish.
queen
yes.
f6, and now this is a draw after take, and a very good move before he goes rook d2 to play rook e1 and protect.
To be able to play rook e2
to protect here, and this is a certain draw.
Yeah, this is no problems at all.
I think somewhere there black could maybe have posed bigger problems.
Yeah. Okay, I mean this position after queen d4 is probably heading for a draw, and let's see board 3 with the Czech grandmaster playing with black. Okay, we have once again Nguyen yesterday with white played the Nimzo Indian with queen c2, and here he has the same opening, but he's playing black this time. Well, what one can see from this position, white's pieces are hanging over the white king side. They are more active, more dangerous. So black is slightly better.
You think so? In case he's able somehow to consolidate, because also black pieces might be hanging. For example, there is the threat of bishop h7, which doesn't work at the moment because
the e1 rook is hanging.
Yes, is hanging. This one, of course,
this
obviously,
is immediately
yes.
made,
But
actually. So
yes. How about some g3 ideas, which
G3
of course
idea.
looks very dangerous, but then I want to give bishop
okay, let's check g3. What's going on after g3? Do we have to play knight h3 check, or does black have anything else? Might well be that I mean I evaluated the position only optically. I said, okay, the black's pieces are nice and he's doing fine, but this might well not stand up to the reality. I mean, now queen g5 is really bishop h7.
Exactly,
and white's just winning.
But black may have calculated something. We are here, so g3, sorry, g3.
Definitely not queen g5. Knight h3
Shall we
is
give
the
this
critical
check?
move.
Yes. And now.
So where do we go? Not to h1, that's pretty obvious. Not to f1, that's queen f6, I would say.
So we go here,
so
keeping an eye on the knight and everywhere. Now, how about
queen
g4 or
queen g4?
You know, here we got all the pawns pinned, but on the other hand, our pieces maybe are not threatening too much. And
yes,
everything is hanging. I wouldn't trust this position for white. I think white is worse here. His pieces are very. At most, he may have a draw. At most.
Well, it threatens knight f4, so rook g4 is definitely a move to.
Also, queen g4 is an idea. Queen g4, but again the pieces are hanging. White is well centralized.
Well, white always, when you attack the f3 pawn, white doesn't really have to accept any sacrifices which you throw at him, and he can play bishop e4. trying to
Yes,
somehow take the
exactly,
tension out of
exactly, of
position.
course.
After queen f6, for example, I probably wouldn't take on h3 and would rather play bishop e4.
Yes, or some check
Or
first, I
check
don't know,
first,
yes.
yes, check first. After queen h5, the same story.
This g3 is scary, of course. Can he play this move? This move, intending if takes queen g4 check, you know?
Well, okay, but white goes to g1, then we
Yes,
have
and
only
this
repetition.
is a draw. This is a
yes.
draw. Yes, white cannot go here because
That's taking
f3
on
is
3 with
yes.
check.
He cannot play another move, but if he takes here,
That's queen g4. Well,
queen
that's,
g4,
that's
unless
that.
bishop takes f3 is also working. I'm not sure. I'm not sure at all.
But this looks winning for black.
Yeah,
Am I
just
mistaken?
winning.
King f1, I just take simply on f3.
Take and queen f2, rook takes d3. Yes,
Simply like that. Yes,
very simple.
I'm a pawn up
Or
now.
even check first, or take here directly.
This looks extremely good for
Everything
black.
happened with check. There is no
Yes, there's no way for white to
play intermediate
avoid,
moves or anything.
No. So, but okay, let's get back to reality. He played bishop e4 after all. He didn't play g3. So this is what happened in the game. Still, I mean, I was saying that black is slightly better because he has more active pieces. Position is symmetrical, so the drawing margin is quite large here. Once white somehow consolidates, chases away the black pieces, position will remain symmetrical, 3 against 3 and 2 and against 2 on both flanks, and the draw is more or less inevitable.
You
so
say draw, yes, but if white has more active pieces, can he maybe steal some pawn, a7 pawn in some
okay, yes,
complications?
I mean, it depends. It depends on how far he chases black's pieces. So, what can black do at this point? Well, I mean, his bishop on b7 is attacked, so he must react. His rook is attacked as well. Bishop takes e4 looks like more
I was
or less
considering
forced.
this, but this is this has some point. But my idea is if white takes here to play this, but I really don't trust. And yes, rook e8 check.
Rook e8 check looks like it works.
Yes, winning.
Or maybe even
immediately.
queen takes d2.
Queen takes
and
d2 and then rook e8 check.
yes.
Too many pieces. Yes. So bishop e4.
So bishop takes e4 looks pretty natural, and now do we take with the knight, or we can even take maybe with the rook? I don't know. It's maybe not such a bad idea as well.
Take with rook, yes.
Well, why not?
Let's have a look here. Maybe.
Okay, queen d1
And rook d8 is possible.
Rook d8. Okay. Rook d8 is possible. Now I have to retreat carefully somewhere to f1, I guess.
Yes.
I don't know if I really want this.
This some rook d2 ideas then against the initiative. How about
knight takes e4
yes,
is more solid.
controlling everything? Yes?
Yes.
For the moment, this is not a threat, and black may use this fact. I don't know, by playing.
Well, but now
G3 is
he
what?
must take into account g3. I mean, it's a more serious stuff. It's g3 than in the earlier line where we considered g3 before swapping the bishops.
For example, such a position, is it so equal? I think white has some slight pressure, but he also has a weak king. Yes, he also has a weak king.
It should be equal. I mean, but
I
okay. I mean,
G3,
white doesn't risk anything here anymore. Yes. So from this point of view, bishop e4 is a good practical decision.
Move. Yes.
He didn't calculate any nonsense with g3 and stuff, and went for exchanging one of black's active pieces.
Yes, and practically securing the draw, but maybe not more.
Yes. So this looks like the position is roughly equal now, I would say.
I agree.
Okay, so here let's jump onto board 4. And here we have the favorite playing with white pieces.
Okay. Shall we go briefly for from the beginning? This is a Catalan, obviously.
This
yes,
is a Catalan, and this is the topical line with knight e5 on move 7, as I see it. Well, jump on directly to move 7, I would suggest, and
Okay,
say a
we
few
go.
words about this line.
Yes, which I have played myself a couple of
Ah,
times.
okay.
Knight c6 is the only logical move, together with some queen d6.
Okay, queen d6 is maybe playable, but majority of the games you
Is
get
knight c6, which is a move that nobody would play if he doesn't know that this is
Exactly,
theory.
yes.
It looks very unnatural, but anyway, it's the best move. Now bishop takes g6 is also playable, but these strange moves are proven to be. This knight a3 is a very interesting move. Take.
Black should take, otherwise it's just white will win the pawn back, and black will have a disrupted pawn structure.
Bishop a6. I can tell you that, in my opinion, I have some knowledge in this position. Even this strange move is quite possible. This a5 strange move. Rook b8 is the main line with many games played, and now this
queen
move,
d2,
queen d2
and
intending to
queen
go here.
heads to a5.
Yes, and
this is
there
topical. There have been recently quite a lot of games with this.
Computer usually says this position is very equal, or even very slightly better for black, but in practice, black has very difficult moves. White often.
Black often has to sacrifice at least one exchange, maybe sometimes even 2 exchanges.
Yes.
And this is always, in some positions it works, and in some positions it doesn't. And it's not so easy to recognize the difference.
Bishop a6, and now white took. Another possibility is to play a4 and bishop a3. But let's see, the game has actually ended.
The game has ended because black has dropped a piece. I mean, in the final position.
And I was trying to figure out what is going on.
This is probably still okay. White has an extra pawn in this position.
Yes, an extra pawn.
But black took the pawn back.
You see.
But he got pinned.
Yes, you see. Let's have just a move back. I think I found what black missed. He missed that if he takes with the rook, there is this very unusual motif.
Oh yes.
This very unusual motif, and
queen
white
b4. And queen b4, and this wins in exchange.
Yes, this is winning. I believe this is what, as it seems, what black missed. Otherwise, he has a very good position. So
okay, he managed to take the pawn back like this, but this is still a problem because black gets pinned.
Yes, he takes the pawn, but now black lacks coordination.
Yes.
The knight is doing absolutely nothing on c5 other than taking the pawn back.
ed1. And now the threat was to take on c5 already, queen b5.
You know, from my experience of thousands of games in the Catalan, together with the Bleach games counted, I can tell you that the Catalan has one of its big advantages is that white in almost no position doesn't have problem with backrank checkmates.
Okay,
by
that's
definition,
true,
yes.
By
G3
definition, G3 is also
has been played very early. This
also
G3
is a luft
yes,
for
and in many positions. White is a crucial tempo up. He won't get mated on the last rank, and he's winning a pawn in some endgame because black should spread the tempo
to create space for his king.
Yes, exactly.
This actually happened in the game. Now rook takes c1 is obviously bishop takes c1.
Yes,
and black again has problems with the back rank, and with his knight on a6.
Can we check for
so
a while?
Let's check it.
Yes, and
queen a2. Okay, what did he intend to play now? Queen d7, rook f8. This might not be so convincing. So what else is there?
I think this move is posing problems. Intending rook a1. This move looks a bit annoying.
This,
Uh,
yeah, this I would be afraid of this. Can black play something like rook b8?
Rook
Or is it
b8,
too, knight b8, I mean.
knight b8 is.
No, rook b8 is impossible, of
queen
course.
takes
That's
b8,
queen takes
yes.
b8. I meant knight b8.
Yes.
Oh, still it's pretty dangerous. Queen, no, queen g5.
Queen g5, very
Queen g5
strong.
looks
Bravo.
very, very strong.
Fantastic. Threatening checkmate on g7 and
And
checkmate,
checkmate on d8.
on d8.
So this looks like a big problem for black.
And f6, bishop takes f6, and white is strategically and probably tactically winning
Yes,
immediately. Yes.
Well, I mean, black's pieces lack harmony. Suddenly, white. This is like when a robber ambushes you. Everything is taking place on the queen side, and suddenly black's king gets ambushed, and queen g5 wins the game more or less.
If this g pawn was on g2, there will always be some counter chances with checkmate for white. So you see
Yes,
that Catalan avoids checkmates. Black didn't have in this game this crucial tempo.
So he didn't take on c1. He played h6 at this
h6.
point.
Yes.
So he finally gets in space for his king. Rook c7.
Now, if knight takes, obviously queen b7 should be winning immediately. Yes,
Queen
queen
b7.
f8 and rook
Rook c1.
c1 or rook d7.
The pin is horrible.
Yes,
I
here,
would say.
here even a7 drops or even a move like this
Yes,
should win very
this
fast.
This is hardly playable. So he must take with the rook,
the
but the drawback is that now rook d3,
Rook d3.
queen a2.
You see, once again, white very easily abandons the first rank because
Yes,
there is no checkmate.
no real threats. And now
And
rook
rook
d6.
d6.
And the knight, poor knight on a6 is trapped. As Taras used to say, Springer am Rande is nur für Schande.
Which means?
Which means knight on the edge is a shame of the position or something like
Okay,
that. I
okay.
mean. And here it's completely true. What's he gonna do with the knight? He's got one check on the basic rank. Doesn't help much because white, of course, plays just king g2. He can't double his major pieces on the first rank as well. So what he played is knight c5, but the game ended immediately. I mean, white
Yes.
just took on c5 and it was game over, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. So here we see it. Bishop takes c5, white's a piece up, and it's game over. So the favorite won, and black.
In case, I would say, in case of these, there are actually many solutions, like
White
check
can
and
unpin with
yes,
two
queen
checks.
d3, check and everything.
And next move will be bishop d6, winning even more
Yes,
material
okay,
if
yes.
black doesn't play queen f5,
Yes.
of course. So this was a decisive win. Actually, the game we spoke about with the Romanian player with white, Chorgovan against Guen, it ended a draw at the point
Of bishop e4.
of bishop
yes.
e4. So as I see, they probably don't have the 30 move draw rule here.
Yes, no, this is well known. They are allowed to offer draw on the second move or third.
Yes,
yes.
okay, so this is
The rule
pretty
doesn't
obvious.
apply in this tournament.
The on board 2 we have also a pretty drawn
What
end
we
game.
saw, yes, they exchange
Yes,
queens.
they
in the-
exchange queens, rooks, all the major pieces are off, and now we have opposite color bishops, and
It's going to be
one can hardly imagine this anything else than a draw here. And let's quickly check how what's going on board 1. Okay, here has been some tension. Black's queen is obviously attacked. He has some pawn. How did they get to a3? Aha, white played a4 and black took en passant. So what can we do here? Well, again, tactics play a very important role here.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
That's
With
why
such a pawn on a3, it's, we are both thinking how to exploit
Exactly.
the weak
Exactly.
first rank, how to
Exactly.
get how to queen the a3 pawn. I
Exactly.
don't see anything yet. I mean,
some rook f3, rook takes f3. I thought this, that. It
rook
doesn't seem to
f3
be.
doesn't seem to work.
G takes f3.
Simply
for
g
example.
takes f3.
Yes.
Yes. Even if he plays, for example, queen f4.
How about
white can just take on d7, I think,
threatening
because
checkmate in
there
one
is
move.
there's no mate. Here I play knight g1 and there's a mate threatened on g7. So
But-
black doesn't have time. Black can play queen b2.
Queen b2, but then taken rook d1. What is going on? Or take on c4. Actually, I don't believe.
Taking on c4 is
but
possible
then,
as well.
But,
If
but
I-
then
if-
a2. What is going on?
Not so sure. Rook g7 is king h8. This seems pretty bad.
I found the win. I found the win for white. Look,
Uh-huh.
and I give check,
Rook g3 check.
threatening queen takes a3.
Uh-huh.
This
Okay.
is not possible because queen takes a3.
Queen a3 simply. Yes.
So take and the pawn
So
falls.
it's forced,
Yes.
and now the pawn really
Yes, right
pawn
on time.
is caught at the last possible moment, but it counts, of
You
course.
see? So if somebody doesn't see this, then it's black who is winning. But in
Mm,
reality,
yes.
it's a matter of tactics. White is winning by force.
So I didn't want to. I mean, I saw rook takes d7, and I didn't have the feeling it should work. But if black doesn't have anything better than playing some queen c7, queen takes a3, then white is okay, probably.
For example, let's try this and put the bishop somewhere here. But yes, white is fine.
White,
There
I
are-
mean, compared to the position which he had earlier, in which he had weaknesses and black had two bishops, here it's not so bad anymore. Queen e3 maybe.
or other moves
Yes,
as well.
yes. Actually, what happened is black played queen c6. So let's get on to, and he's attacking the e4 pawn. So does this give him any extra tactical chances? Queen
Basically,
a3.
I see this line, queen a3, and look, I think it's working. Queen e4, take,
Yes.
and this check now.
Okay, knight g1.
Knight g1 and rook
Rook
here.
f1
all of
suddenly.
the sudden. What is going on here?
Yep. Yeah, this looks like it's really working. So this seems like his intention. He just wants to take on e4 after queen a3. Well, but otherwise a2 is quite a threat, so. Well, the situation is still similar on the clock. Also, white is running short of time. He has less than 3 minutes to make some 4 or 5 moves, and he has to calculate some tactics.
Yes, and
So
in case
it's a dangerous situation for white.
in case white here starts playing passive moves, a bishop will appear on d5, and
Black has an
is a
extra
pawn
pawn,
up,
strong bishop.
yes,
I mean,
and
this would make it easy
an
for
easy
the
one,
favorite.
yes.
So, queen c6 is a strong move.
looks like a very strong move. And once again, it's a matter of tactics. You find this move, you have chances to win. You
Yes.
don't find, nothing much is going on.
This is actually the end of the line. This is actually mating construction because even if the pieces were arranged otherwise, you could play h3, but now h3 is
take on
rook
G1,
g1, rook h1
rook
mate.
H1
Simply,
mate,
there the king
yes.
has no escape from the mating net. You
Or
can
even
give
H4, it's the same. Rook takes
h4 is
and
the same story. Yes.
here
So
White
here,
can try some sacrifices, but this is a completely lost endgame. For example,
yes.
this, yes, black
Queen
exchanges
g3, but
and
black
collect this.
exchanges and collects the
Instead of
queenside
playing
pawn.
this, White would rather resign. I mean,
Yes.
it's totally meaningless.
Yes.
If we are calculating correctly, I don't know.
Yes. But I think so. Yes, because I mean,
We even have Arama Kobian calculating with us. I mean,
Yes,
he
yes.
approves our calculation, I suppose, with his moves.
I think he calculated this line definitely when he played Queen c6, because it's you have to take tactics into account. The first most simple tactic
Yes.
is knight e5, rook f1 mate.
Yes,
I mean,
exactly, of course.
you don't put your queen into a fork without a good reason, I would
Yes.
say.
Uh-huh.
So okay, this looks very promising for black currently. Oh, let's check the girls. Let's check the top boards in the under 18 girls. What's going on here? Here already some games have been decided, so we missed out on some action.
Okay, but we were watching some other games.
We were watching other
You
games,
cannot
of
watch
course.
at the same time so many hundreds of games.
So here the favorite, the Belarusian girl, she won already after 35 moves. What do we have here? We have here the Gruenfeld, the line which we saw in one another game
Yes.
in the under 10 category, I
And
think.
Queen A4 check was played.
And Queen
there.
A4 check was played, and here Badelka played Rook C1, which I mentioned is the main move in this position. Well, basically castling here is the main move, but okay. This happened. And this line is actually bad for black, I think. Right
After
now.
knight b5, you
Knight
mean?
b5. Knight b5 is a problem. I mean, she shouldn't play knight c6. As far as I recall, what you should do is castle. I will make it on the board, and if here white plays knight f3, bishop queen c5. Okay, now bishop b3 is the main move. Here after knight b5, bishop e6. This is okay for black.
Okay.
Knight c7, bishop c4. Okay, it's tactical, but it's rather white hasn't castled yet, so it's rather dangerous for white. And she played the wrong move order. Now the obvious threat is bishop takes f7, of course, but also knight c7, and after rook b8, the knight goes somewhere to d5. Queen is in trouble, poor rook is in trouble, queen h5, knight c7. So now she didn't find anything better than sacrifice in exchange.
But this is a bit surprising because black player is playing the Gruenfeld, but she didn't know the most accurate moves.
Yes, I mean she mishandled the move order. This is what actually we said about the Gruenfeld. You have to know your theory. You have to know your moves. Not only basic things like ideas and pawn structures and this and that, but concrete moves.
Exactly.
And here knight c6 is, as far as I know, knight c6 is already a mistake. So let's run through the moves. Okay, white is an exchange up, and the knight doesn't get trapped. And now black decided to seek compensation and exchange down in an endgame, but
with tripled pawns. But
with tripled pawns. But I mean, an exchange is too much, I would say, in such a position. White just gradually somehow converted. She protected. F7 is under heavy attack now, and here goes.
yes, if take
After rook
rook
f7,
d7.
I play just rook d7 and the pin rook drops. So white's material advantage has increased, and the rest is a matter of technique. I mean, here black has nothing to show for the missing exchange. So this was quite a decisive game for Badelka. much easier than the rook endgame she won yesterday, to be honest. Okay, let's move on to board 2, where the second seat also won. And this time in a
It looks
Benko
like a
gambit.
Benko, and it is actually a Benko. It looks
is
like a Benko from afar.
So let's make the first moves. Black sacrifices a pawn for pressure on the queen side and positional play. All this is quite topical and quite well playable.
But why this?
Nowadays, a4 is also the
Yes,
main
it's supposed to
line.
be,
it's supposed to be refutation or
Yes.
the strongest move. Well, it's connected with building an outpost for the knight on b5. Black's main arena of play are the open files on the queen side. This is why he sacrifices the pawn, and he concentrates his major pieces on the a and b files, pressuring the white pawns. And even if white manages to liquidate the queen side, he loses his material advantage. White often ends in a difficult position because black's pieces invade via the free queen side.
You know, before the computer would get so strong in the previous years, this was considered pretty much very playable opening for black. But lately, due to the enormous strength of the machines, this has changed a bit. Whatever they see, it's not 100% correct. It is immediately...
Some 15, 20 years ago, we saw top players playing the Benko gambit with black, like Topolov and Mickey Adams.
Exactly.
And so
now they would be more hesitant. They do play from time to time, but they're...
But against very carefully chosen opponents, I would say.
But for the players who like to play, who love to play the Benko and gambit, which should indicate that there is a new form of Benko gambit, the one that we already discussed personally just a few days ago, the one that leaves the pawn on d7 for a few moves, and this is different kind with slightly different ideas, yes? And maybe hit the center strike with e6.
In this line, black plays g6 and quickly develops his king side and takes on a6 only later on, usually. I mean,
I think knight c3.
Okay, let's play bishop g7.
e4 and castle.
e4, let's say castles, and knight f3. I think bishop e2 is maybe more accurate, but okay, let's play knight f3, now queen a5. This is the key move. And actually this is not so natural. In the Benko gambit, it's usually black, even though he's a pawn down, he strives to exchange queens to retain his pressure on the queen side. Otherwise, in this position, white's natural plan is to play on the king side. And without the queens on the board, it lacks punch. While the queen side pressure will remain and will complicate white's life even in an endgame. So there are many Benko gambit endgames which are very well playable for black. He retains the compensation for very long, and even if he doesn't manage to win the game, he gets enough compensation to hold the position. But okay, let's not go into such great details about the game which is finished already. And let's pass on to move a4, which, as I said, white is trying to create an outpost for the knight on b5 to stem the pressure on the crucial a and b.
That's why queen c2, intending at some moment maybe
knight
b5.
Exactly.
Yes, here.
Rook a3 is also fully playable, I would say. Knight g4. And maybe now was the moment. This side, knight d2 doesn't feel right. So I would say this is the moment, because knight g4 is a nice, pretty active move. But fighting against the outpost on b5, you would require a knight to go from e8 to c7, which now takes longer, and it's not possible anymore. So knight b5 looks to an untrained eye like a better option than what white played. Knight d2, nice tries to c4, but this outpost is not so secure.
I immediately agreed with you, because we are both experienced players, that something doesn't feel right with this knight d2 move.
Yeah. And now immediately there are some problems. I mean, f2 is hanging,
Let's see.
b3 happened.
Yes.
So knight c4. She switched. She swapped all
Ah,
off.
and knight
knight
e5,
e5.
this
And now,
is-
suddenly white is unable to protect the c4 pawn. This is stronger than. Well, I don't know if she can take on. She probably can't even
Cannot
take
even
on
take,
f2.
yes.
Knight
But
takes f2.
I'm
knight
sure she
d4.
saw this knight e5
But
in,
knight
in
a5,
advance.
she saw
yes.
it in advance.
Yes. For now, I mean, the weakness on the dark square is only theoretical. Nothing will happen. No,
Yes.
black is not getting checkmated.
Black is
or
definitely
something.
not getting queen g7 mate because
Yes.
there are no queens on the board.
Yes.
And this is also what we mentioned. We have an endgame here, and White's main goal, Black's king. He has a space advantage in the center. His play against the king is non-existent, while his queen side is falling apart. I mean, this might still be a tenable position, but I mean, she lost it after a few moves, pinning the bishop. Okay. Now already Black is the one who is the pawn up.
And
So White naturally decides to restore material equality, but this
she didn't calculate this.
runs into a pin. The bishop is trapped on c1. This is a horrible shock for White. She can't protect the c1 bishop. It has no squares. It's completely dominated by the knight on c4. Really, from Black's point of view, a model Benko game, I would
yes.
say.
Yes. Very nice.
Okay, I will go to board 3 because this is a Slovak girl here playing against the Russian, and I'm interested how she is doing. I somehow feel she's suffering. She's definitely not a favorite in this game. So okay, but we'll leave it for the time being in a position in which the Russian player has an advantage, more active pieces, and we are heading for another break. We have another interview with Keti coming on.
Welcome back. Here we have two guests from under 16 open section. Here we have Nicholas Katarava from Georgia, and here we have Sjoberg Isak from Norway.
Oh,
Welcome to our show, and congratulations on the results as you shared the result, and it was a draw. They played on the board first, and they made draw. So it was a very interesting game, I guess.
Yeah.
Let's start to analyze it.
yeah.
f3, d6, d4, cd, queen d4, f6. It's theory. I was looking at it before the game, and knight c6, queen a4, knight g4.
This is all
The-
theory.
Yes, queen b6, and knight d5.
Yeah.
Here is also h3, and after queen f2 it's
Let's make it because
yeah.
yeah, it's better to see it.
3, queen f2, knight, probably knight f6, and it's very difficult position.
Yeah.
I don't know.
What is the evaluation here? Difficult
It's
position, probably.
Yeah.
yes,
Yeah.
it's unclear. Yes, probably equal, but
Yeah.
it's for computer.
Yeah.
And also there was 91, and no, maybe queen b4,
Going for end game.
knight c3, but there was also ed. This
Okay.
one, and maybe h3. I don't know. This is equal position if we computer says that, but yeah, it's probably equal. But there also 95, and it's probably the I don't know what will be the what will be the
Critical,
yes.
It looks very aggressive. Also, it gives up the pawn on f2 with a check. So I have a question to you. Or you did come up idea on the board, or this
Yeah.
was your home preparation?
No, only on the board. I mean, it looks pretty natural because I didn't really see anything after queen takes f2, king d1. Okay, my king is in the middle of the board, count castle, but still, it's no checks, and I'm threatening like knight c7. So yeah. And why not?
Queen f2, king d1, and I couldn't remember what was the variation here. And
King d8.
yes,
is
probably
the
king
variation
d8.
here.
Yes, is the best move, but
But
maybe
yeah.
rook b8 too. But I don't know.
Yeah, the main point is to avoid the fork
Yes.
knight c7.
Yeah.
And I came with the idea on the board of bishop f5.
Yeah, just really tricky. Just
So what is the behind of it?
I want to after I want b5 probably, and no, you must take bishop b5 because it's
Hanging on
hanging
c2,
on
yeah.
c2, and
Yeah.
ab queen a8 and maybe knight d8 or king d7. I don't know, and it's very difficult position. But I thought there is hanging on c2, and knight is also very dangerous on f2 square, and
Yeah.
maybe it's normal move, but it was actually a mistake.
It was a mistake, as computer says, and here I checked it was king d8, the best move, and, but it's very hard to come up with this
Yeah.
move on the board.
I mean, then it's just like both kings on d file, and it's
But when I played this, I should have been remembered king d8 because if
Yeah.
you don't know this variation, it's very
yeah,
dangerous.
Yeah.
It is.
H3. I was calculating b5.
Okay, I mean, if you go back,
Yes.
I have a question
Um,
here. You played here h3. Why not knight c7, which looks more natural? To
Yeah.
be
King
honest.
d7 probably.
I mean, no, not king d7
maybe
because
king- Maybe king d8. I don't know.
yeah, because just not going into some knight e5 stuff, I believe,
Yeah, maybe.
and because okay, after king d8, I can play d takes e7.
And after king d7, maybe.
I mean,
what's
maybe here I can play h3. no?
H3 here.
Yeah, because
This h3 looks like.
B5.
yeah, maybe actually just take. Okay, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, this I wonder about this h3 move. It looks like
Yeah.
In the corner of the board and everything is happening
yeah.
in the center.
Yeah.
Why h3?
Yeah, I
What
mean,
is
as you will
behind
see
it?
here, it's just because okay, his knight is really good on g4. So in this
B5,
line, if I take his rook immediately, I will have to okay play queen b3 here,
Then knight d4.
and yeah, it's just attacking so much on.
But it's difficult. But maybe knight b6,
I mean,
And-
yeah, or maybe knight a5, not knight d4.
knight f5.
No, knight a5,
Ah.
not knight d4. No, but not knight d4. Maybe knight a5.
Instead of
Where?
knight with black.
Here no,
Knight
knight
a4.
a5 is queen c3.
But b4. Ah, yeah. Okay.
Before
Okay.
it's-
Queen
No,
c7.
knight, I was watching knight d4,
Yeah.
knight b6 maybe, and king e8.
Yeah. I mean, it's just chaos, and I don't know.
It is.
So I thought just h3 was a lot simpler.
Yeah, maybe.
This is the position when you have to calculate the pieces on the board, who
Yeah,
who can
yeah.
take the most of the
Yeah.
board, because itself on the board it's very hard to understand what's going on.
Yeah.
3 b5, bishop b5, ab, queen a8, bishop king d7, and I didn't like move queen b7, and king d6, bishop f4.
Yeah.
I made there is an extra square for king to move on, and there is no
Yeah.
mate after bishop
Yeah, I
c2.
didn't see this.
e5,
And now I can just take knight.
and maybe hg.
Because no bishop takes c2 because
Here I was
king
watching
can go c1.
ef. I was
But yeah.
gf maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is probably just better than what I played in the game.
Gf, queen g2, now rook e1.
Yeah.
Maybe queen c7.
Yeah,
And-
but here I'm already
yes, and
rook
bishop
up,
king
so-
d5, rook e1. I was
Yeah,
looking
this
this and
king on d5 is very
Yeah.
active, but not now.
Yeah.
It's not working now.
I mean this. I mean.
maybe.
I mean, yeah.
I made a little homework and I checked it with the computer, and queen b7 is winning,
Winning.
pretty easily, but knight b6 is the second line suggested by the computer, and it gives still white huge advantage.
Yeah, can you define pretty easily? I mean, I don't think it's so easy, but yeah.
Here I had two choices, and it was hard to decide. Maybe it was queen b6, and after hg, bishop g4, and it's I don't know what is the position. It was in the game, and second was king d6,
No.
and I don't know what
Maybe
the
bishop
position is.
f4.
I
Bishop
thought queen
f4,
a3,
e5.
but
Queen
yeah, I
a3,
thought queen a3.
b4,
just
yeah.
b4, knight c4, king c7, queen b3, and just protecting everything. And if queen takes g2, I have rook g1, I believe, and nothing. I mean,
wow.
it's still
That's a
still
long variation,
yeah,
right?
it's still tricky, but okay. It doesn't look like I'm losing first, and I'm still rook up again, like exchange up. So
Knight b6. No, I took queen b6. Yeah, it's probably better.
yeah.
hg. I was looking at bishop e4,
Yeah,
but
but the
there is
knight
knight
e5,
e5.
yeah.
And king d6, and maybe
Yeah, I think I can just be greedy and maybe take
Another rook.
Yeah, just take everything and hope for the best.
or maybe knight c6 and queen a3. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean the more I can trade, the better it is for me because
And bishop g4, d,
yeah, I can of course develop, just play bishop
king,
d2.
bishop d2. Yes, and
But after he takes d6, it's not so
it's-
easy
Yes, true, of course.
because his king is actually pretty
maybe
safe.
rook e1. I want queen e8.
Yeah, but bishop. I thought knight e. No, wait. What did I think here? I mean something. I don't know.
I was
but-
watching e5 maybe, and
yeah.
rook e1
Yeah, yeah.
here.
Yeah. This is also.
Rook e1 is about to stop the pawn
And
e4,
g6,
right?
and I don't know. It's very
Yeah.
difficult.
I mean, of course, if I can castle here, it's really good for me. But
Yeah.
unfortunately, my king is.
It was interesting move.
Yeah.
And bishop e7, queen h8. I think here, yes, I think here was maybe bishop f3.
Yeah. Or
better.
no. Yeah. It doesn't really
G5
matter. Okay,
and
queen d4.
f2. And this queen f3 is this position. It's probably draw. Yeah,
No,
I don't
king
know.
e1 is winning for me. Yeah.
I don't know. Queen g3.
King.
The question
yeah.
is that if king can hide here or not.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think that.
But I
it
thought
can.
after after queen takes h, but this position you can go into the game.
Yes, I know. Here
But after queen takes h8, I thought also queen d4 was
and
really.
here bishop f3. Yes.
Yeah, but after queen takes h8, I thought queen d4 was better.
Where?
Here.
Here,
No,
queen
no,
d4.
here.
Queen d4, bishop d2.
Bishop f3. I mean, this is really tricky. Bishop and then take and bishop g5.
No, I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, and also king c1. But
here
bishop g5
and
king
king
c1.
c1
And there is. I mean, my rook
queen-
is not coming out, so.
there is queen h7.
Yeah.
I can protect this
yeah,
pawn.
but it's still.
Maybe knight before knight
Knight
d4
d4,
and
queen h7, knight f3. No.
Yeah, but there is a lot of checks here, and
Yeah.
it's winning.
Yeah,
probably,
I believe so as well. But
Here,
okay,
queen f2. There was bishop d2. Interesting move. I was
But
watching
queen
this.
g2?
And queen g2, probably. Rook e1.
okay.
Taking f3 and king c1, that's normal position for white, I guess.
Yeah, probably because there is only pawn for black and two.
Yeah. Yeah.
And after bishop f3, king c1. It's the
You offered the draw here.
no, not
No,
No,
here.
here.
it's. No, I mean, but I think queen h7 is fine.
Yes, and here I should have played bishop f3,
Yeah.
of course, and queen g2. I was calculating this queen d3. There is no king c7 because of bishop f4 and king c8.
Yeah, it doesn't really make
rook
sense.
h8.
Yeah.
No, bishop d6 is correct. Rook f1. I was calculating knight d4, and I missed the move bishop f4.
What? Come on, everything is hanging. Every piece is
Yeah.
hanging.
Yeah, I mean, this is really just crazy position.
I don't know. Is there any other moves instead of bishop f4?
I don't think so because, I mean, you're just threatening. I don't know what you're threatening actually, but
Probably knight f3.
yeah, probably. I mean, queen b5 is still a bit. And I mean,
no,
but-
bishop f5 maybe is better, but I don't know. Yeah, I want bishop f3 knight. Yeah, it's bishop
mean-
f4 is good move.
yeah, because if bishop d2, just knight takes f3. Yeah, I have to stop knight takes f3.
I was calculating knight f3 here.
Yeah.
Queen d6, king e8, and
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know who's if I'm winning or it's just perpetual because I can always play queen b8, queen d6,
Queen b8,
and he can't go to
queen
c8
b8.
because mate on c7. So
Queen where?
yeah, you have to go
Queen
e7 because if not, I take on
King
b5 with check,
b5, yeah.
and then I protect rook.
Then queen e2 and
Yeah,
it's,
yeah.
Bishop king e7.
I mean, yeah, I don't think.
Maybe somewhere rook f3.
Yeah, but okay, I can play like queen b7, queen e4, maybe somewhere. If I can get my queen to
b7,
e5,
maybe
let's at least,
king f8.
and then queen a8, and then queen e4. But it's still, I don't know. After queen e2, you just play like move knight and my
Maybe here, yeah, rook f3 is better. Probably
bishop f3,
king c1.
queen f1.
It's draw. Queen e2, queen c4.
Yeah, it's true.
Queen c7 maybe, and after king e8, then rook f3.
Yeah,
want to take
okay.
this
Yeah.
square.
I mean, maybe I can take with
Bishop,
bishop of
king c1,
queen
queen
f1,
f1,
king,
2-2,
and then maybe you have to take rook, I guess.
and
Different color, bishop, and
d6.
Yeah.
hoping for a draw, right?
I mean, I can play like queen b8, no? Queen b8 and take pawn.
Bishop d6. What's
Bishop
the
d6, queen d1,
King c3.
queen e1, bishop d5, and I'm mated, yeah?
Yeah. Maybe here king e3, but
But
Yeah.
it's still complicated. But
maybe queen b8, but Queen b8.
Yeah.
King e7 probably.
Yeah.
And queen a7.
Yeah. Okay.
After king
Yeah.
f8, queen and after king d8, queen e3, and
Yeah.
yeah. So
I mean, it looks
Mhm.
still complicated, but yeah, bishop c5
Bishop
was really
c5.
tricky. And
Yes,
you have to draw here, maybe.
yeah, I offered draw
Yeah.
because I calculated how I was losing, and
You calculated how you're losing here
Yeah.
and you
No.
overdraw.
I thought, I thought this was
not
losing for
loser.
me. I mean, I didn't know who it
Yeah.
was losing
It's-
for.
To be honest, it's very complicated game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And a little
I
crazy
was
game, right?
looking-
Yeah, I
King
mean,
c1.
okay, everything is
Just-
still like hanging here. You can
bishop
take on
f5
f3,
and
you
rook
can
g1
take,
is good move. Queen f2, queen d2, queen f3, and bishop e3, and it's winning it.
Yeah,
So
I
I was
missed this
going
rook
to
g1
play.
move.
Yes, and I was going to play bishop f3.
And then it's still chances for draw after, okay, trade everything.
Yeah.
So I have exchange up, but he has fast
And here
pawns.
king d1. I was looking this g5. Maybe bishop b8 is better. King c8, bishop g3.
A5,
Five.
A4.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, knight d4 and f4.
Let's lots of calculations, right?
And
yeah, I
bishop
don't
3 and
know.
after knight c2 there is rook c1.
Mm-hmm.
And here I
Yeah.
losing, and
Yeah.
so
But-
this
but yeah.
variation was. But there is.
You saw all this variation and you
Yes.
offered. Wow.
And I thought maybe he will accept the draw because.
Yeah, because
His-
okay, I saw this bishop f5 here. Or first I thought I could just win with c3
c3 and
because
bishop
I just
f5.
it's- okay,
yeah.
I didn't see bishop f5 at all first. Because if you have to take here, I just have better endgame than what happened in that what we saw because my king is still in the center. But this is actually just losing for me, I believe, because somehow my queen can't protect my rook.
Rook g1 maybe.
Yeah, but rook g1,
Okay.
you can. Ah, okay, you can't. Is this actually winning?
I don't know.
Yeah. I mean,
Queen f2
yeah,
and queen d2
but this is.
F3 with a check.
and king
Yeah, and then
c1.
92.
Yeah,
No,
and the
no,
betting
there
is
is-
a knight
Yeah,
to
it's still
spin,
pinning. Yeah. But some bishop d6 maybe.
Here
Yeah.
queen d4. Oh,
Yeah. This I don't know. No.
right? Queen takes d4.
Okay, queen takes d4.
It's gonna be
queen
two
f4 is
bishops,
rooks.
but
two
it's,
rooks.
Yeah. But it's still like your g pawn is just going. So.
yeah, but at least I will give this rook in
For a
bishop
bishop
and
and
Yeah.
one pawn maybe.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
no, it's probably losing. Yeah.
Yeah, it was very interesting game. Lots of ideas, lots of calculations, as I see. I
Yeah.
want to ask you if you are satisfied in the end after you analyzed it. You checked a little bit. You're not satisfied
No,
with.
of course not. I mean, I was completely winning here. So it's. I just my time was going fast. I didn't see this bishop f5 move, and I have like 5 minutes left, and I'm just going to play like c3, and then I realized bishop f5, and I was like, wow, okay, I'm maybe even losing here. Then I see king c1, and then I just. because, okay,
What was the time here already in
Yeah.
this position?
yeah, you had like 2 minutes left, and I had like 15 when I got the move, and he asked for a draw, and it's like I have to think of a draw
Yeah.
as
Yes,
well.
I was
That's always
hoping
a
that
good
you will
Yeah.
think
trick.
about
That's
it.
always
Yeah.
a good trick to offer a draw.
Yeah.
So you will take a little
Yeah, I
time,
was
not
like-
little, maybe big
Yeah,
time for
because
it.
if he doesn't ask for a draw, okay, I will just play some king c1, and still I have to.
And after bishop f5, maybe you will see
Yeah.
this move, rook g1.
yeah, maybe, but I thought queen d1, and it's still.
Maybe queen d1 was also winning.
Yeah, bishop c2, queen e1, and I was like, okay, I don't know what's going on here because okay, if you take on f3, I just take and queen d2, and I take on c2 with
No,
king.
maybe knight f3. Yeah.
No, not. But if you can move bishop, but then I play rook f2, and it's like everything is holding together. But
Knight f3 here.
yeah, I can just take, and queen d2 and king takes c2, and then there's
No,
Bishop d3 is a move there.
where.
Let's make
Ah,
the board
after
maybe.
queen d2. Rook f3.
Ah, yeah, but
F3.
okay, yeah.
Queen d2, bishop
Queen
d3.
d2, bishop d3.
Yeah, actually, this might be.
No, it's maybe it's good for black.
Yeah.
Because
No,
the king
probably.
is really stuck and rook is stuck
But
in the corner.
probably
king
king
c2.
2, queen f4, rook d1.
Ah, yeah, yeah, okay, okay, yeah.
But there is chances of draw.
Yeah.
Bishop d6
Or
probably.
maybe. Yeah, or king c7 maybe. No, then maybe
No,
queen
there
a5.
is queen e8. Here, I don't know. Yeah, maybe queen e2.
Okay.
It's
I
a
mean,
lot of
yeah, we can, of course.
variations. It was a pretty game. I liked it very much. I have a question to you. I heard that you became an international master. You just got your last norm. Tell us about this few with viewers where you get this norm.
I get this norm in Pardubice, Czech Republic. I was playing Czech Open, and with 15 and a half point from 9, it was necessary after 7 rounds. I had 5.5 point, and
Yeah, you need the win, I guess.
no, I didn't do anything. After the 7 round, I made
Norm.
I am norm, and yeah, it was. I was very happy because I was trying to get norm for a long time.
Yeah,
And
it's very nice with this result, and also 5.5 out of 7. You
Yeah.
also take some prize, maybe.
no, I lost 2 last rounds, and
You just get your norm in
Yeah.
the pocket and okay, just relax. Congratulations! I think
Thank
it was
you very much.
before this tournament.
Yes, yes.
So you have very well trained, and also you are the first number here by the rating.
Mm-hmm.
So I wish both of you good luck. He's not
Thank you
happy.
very much.
I see.
I mean,
He's
it's
thinking
fine.
about the variations.
No, it's
just
fine,
forget
but-
this game
Yeah.
and play from tomorrow.
I mean, of course,
good
if
tournament.
I would have known that I would get a draw before the game, I would probably be happy. But when you know that you should have
Yeah,
just
but
played on it.
in the board it's very
Yeah,
difficult.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah, it's very difficult. Even you have winning position. The black had some tricks, and
Yeah.
maybe you could.
Yeah,
you could lose.
I'm just thinking now, how can I like miss this move? So, but it's fine. I don't.
Yeah, that's a chess. That's okay. I wish you good luck. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much
Thank
for
you.
coming. We're gonna have a short break, and we will come back with the commentaries.
So we are back after
So-
this break.
And now we are going to check only the games which are still in progress. So we have here a list of games, and I will switch on to the game which we have been looking at for a very short while when we left you before the break. And it was a game on board 3 in the girls under 18, where we left it, I think, at this position. This was the
Yes.
last position which we saw, and since then, in time trouble, it came all complicated and dramatic.
At this moment, it's obvious that white is better.
White is the side that's pressing. Black's
Yes.
pieces on B8, C8 undeveloped.
Black is undeveloped, but
Weaknesses.
still quite solid. Yes, no
Yes.
very obvious weaknesses.
So white played a few, I would say, normal positional moves, but still the position remains tense. And I'm not so sure if she handled it too well. Bishop e6. So this is the current position. Well, white is a pawn down. She has obviously a dangerous passed pawn on c6, but I'm not so sure. I mean, queen d4 has happened, so we'll
Yes.
put the move on the board.
But I'm curious about queen d6. What is going on after queen d6, for example? Things are not so clear. Shall we check just for a
Queen
second? this
d6,
Queen
yes.
d6, yes.
Well,
I
if
don't
queen
trust it.
d6 wasn't better.
Yes. I think he should. Black should exchange, right? What
Oh,
else?
definitely, yes.
Yes. So take rook takes.
Okay, I will play rook c8, let's say.
Rook c8, and it is not possible to play rook e1 yet because of bishop d5 check. Yes.
And actually, I'm threatening to take on
Yes.
c6 also
Yes.
after
Also.
after rook c8. So
So here.
I suppose here black has probably solved his problems.
Yes.
This looks
Ah.
okay for black.
Let's say bishop f3, but white shouldn't play like this anyway. Yes. Black should start pushing the pawns maybe with b4 and everything. So let's check this queen d4.
Queen d4 happened in the game, so
Uh-huh.
we are back to reality.
They have passed.
The time control, yes, the time
move number
control is
40.
already over, so they have extra time.
Yes, still
But they
quite
have
some time.
already, I see they have already, they made only 2 moves after move 40, and they've already spent quite a substantial amount of the remaining time. So,
So
now
what do you think about this position objectively? What would you say? Every side has advantages and disadvantages. This white's f4 move doesn't fit at all with the position, but of course it was made a lot earlier. Yes?
it was made much earlier, and it's difficult to. We would have to go back. I will tell you exactly. We would have to go back to move 10.
10,
I see
so
f4 was
yes,
played in move
yes.
10.
Uh-huh.
So when the position was an opening, it was something completely different.
I can tell you though that because I just look at the position, because I have played this with white in the past, this f4 was actually not a good move. B3 should have been better, or e4.
Yes, yes.
If I see correctly.
It's
Okay.
well, it seems a bit strange even
Yes.
on move 10.
Uh-huh.
So in this position, well, okay, the rook on e8 is attacked, and white also wants to play rook a1, I would say.
Rook a1 also, yes.
Rook a1, and it's not trapping the black queen, but it may win the a6 pawn.
So let's play a logical move. This
A
move, for
logical
example.
move is rook c8.
Yes.
Exactly. That's definitely a logical move. And now rook a1, I don't know if it's the best. Black plays queen b3,
Queen b3, threatening some counter chances, some
with
check.
queen d5, bishop d5 check or
Yes.
so. Rook e1, no, a c6 is hanging. I don't want to give you c6, of course. c6 is c6 is a pawn which I would prefer to somehow retain. But returning with the bishop to f3 doesn't feel right.
Black will also start pushing little by little the
Yes.
pawns. Yes. I was thinking, some. All these checks through the diagonal are haunting white. Within every move, all the time these checks are hanging.
Yeah, but
White's king should have been on g1 at this moment.
yes, would have been more harmonious to say the least.
Uh,
But okay, but can we afford to give the c6 pawn to improve the king?
No, I wouldn't say so.
No, so I don't know. Well, she's thinking, but
I
bishop.
thought about such a move, but
Yeah, me too, actually.
But I think he can
don't-
take, and now rook e3. There is queen takes e3 actually, and bishop
Queen takes
d5
e3. Yes,
checks.
queen takes e3 works.
Yes, and
And this
check.
just wins for black.
yes.
So these direct tactics.
Yes, this type of ideas, playing for checkmate. For example, if black takes, he is losing. Check, bishop g8 and queen takes g8.
Queen takes g8. Queen takes
but
g8.
he is not. This is optical illusion.
No,
He is
no, I have an
barely
extra piece.
losing. Yes,
I have an extra piece.
Yes, he is not
in there.
getting checkmated though with
Not
queen f8.
not a checkmate, but
yes.
still an extra piece, and I take on the f5 in the end.
and
So this
winning.
should be winning. But
So bishop
I'm
g6.
not yet forced to
Yes.
take.
Black can play maybe bishop g8 in advance, for example. This is sometimes a typical way to defend, to play, to defend against the threats in advance,
Yes.
Play the second move first.
Of the forcing line.
Yes, if bishop takes f5, now rook takes.
But here I would say the rook a1 idea. Still rook a1 is queen b3, and it's not clear at all. I mean,
And all these
doesn't
checks the whole time.
all the
This
check.
looks misplaced now, this bishop on g6. Yes, he's only playing for tricks. I'm very surprised black played bishop f7. I'm a bit surprised by this move.
Okay. Rook c8. Rook c8 seemed extremely logical to me.
Yes.
Attacking White's main pride, so to say. So what's going on now?
Very complicated. It takes a lot of time. I'm thinking an interesting idea should be to take on f7 and play queen d5. This is
Actually, I think she probably shouldn't have played. I don't like the move so much.
This
This
looks-
is an important diagonal.
yes, multi-purpose, defending against checks on the diagonal, threatening this, protecting 6/6 pawn.
Attacking the rook, of course.
Yes. Let's say this move. Now there are counter chances. I don't
No,
know.
first of all,
here
rook
or-
e1. Okay, I can play also rook a1 and take on a6. Worst case.
I like it. This is your permanent suggestion. in
Yes,
this
yes.
game. Yes.
Yes, why not? I mean, black is not a pawn up anymore, and white. I would say white is not risking anything here.
This, for example, might be
She might not win it, of
yes,
course.
some
I am
check
not,
and this
yes,
should be
it's-
draw. Yes.
I mean, that's why I would say that black can play also queen e7 directly instead of rook c7 with the idea queen e4. Right
here
now,
you mean,
queen
yes?
e7. Yes,
Yes.
just get back with the queen.
Yes.
It should be also okay for black, I would say. Oh, maybe bishop f7 is not so bad.
Not so bad, but it loses some winning chances. Black would like to prove, if Black was playing clearly for a win, would like to prove that her bishop is more valuable than White's.
Yeah, well,
Here-
I don't think she's playing for a win actually, but okay, she is about 200 elo points weaker
Yes.
than the Slovak girl,
Uh-huh.
and also she was under pressure for most of the game. But
Okay.
okay, I mean the reality is the worst is behind us from Black's point of view, and the position is at least equal, I would say.
Yes, yes, because White's king may end up more vulnerable than Black's actually.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, so the main and now the only plus White has is the more advanced passed pawn.
Yes.
And this is quite well blockaded, so I don't really think White is the one who is playing for a win. I mean, objectively, White probably can't play for a win anymore.
This f4 pawn really, once again, we should say doesn't fit here. It should have been on f2 or even on f3. I mean,
Yes.
preferably on f2. But here it permanently weakens the king and the second rank. But what can you do?
Okay, let's leave this game for a while. Nothing has changed. Bishop f7. This is to give the viewers an impression. This is the position we are now leaving, and we'll continue with the games which are still running. So we can move here again. Well, this is not a game by my pupil, but I know the girl who is playing with Black. It's a Polish international master. And actually, I met her at the training camp. She's quite talented and a nice girl as in general as a person also.
In this particular position, I have the feeling that Black should be winning.
Yes, Black has a material advantage. White's only counter chance is the d6 pawn, but it's well blockaded. So this looks like Black should gradually somehow convert his advantage. I don't see some realistic way to pose.
Yes, it's hard
serious
even
problems.
to suggest a sensible move for White here. I don't see anything that makes sense. Maybe
Rook e2.
Rook e2, yes, this is what I was thinking, but then maybe even Rook a7.
Rook a7
Yes,
looks very good.
yes, to bring all the pieces together, try to play for some checkmate. Maybe ideas to do this and this, for example.
Yeah, create a mating.
Yes, in these positions it is very important if some player can direct against the opponent's king. This is
Yes.
usually the most effective way to play, because nothing is stronger than checkmate.
That's one thing, and also, I mean, Black has a rather large material advantage. So it's very White's position is, I would say, it's beyond saving. Okay, so now this another game. It's again. I think this is again from the. It's obviously girls playing, and it's from the under 18 category. Jana Schneider. She's a German girl. She once, I think she quite surprisingly once won the German ladies championship.
Okay.
And okay, she's definitely a promising player. So what
White
do
here
we
played
have
king
here?
h2. I think this is the most normal move.
Yes.
King h2.
So what's it like? White has an extra pawn, but
Yes.
okay, the position is very close, blockaded. White
I
would
think White should-
prefer to have a dark squared bishop,
Yes,
but
absolutely.
unfortunately,
I think White generally should keep the rooks on the board if she's seriously trying for a win. Otherwise, I believe.
yes.
Black-
Otherwise, Black can even after losing the h4 pawn,
Yes.
Black could be able to construct some fortress.
some fortress, absolutely.
So this is White is the one who is active, who is pushing. But okay, I mean these fortress chances are always there, and it's not easy to say.
Instead of king h2, I would suggest another move that looks interesting to me. It has to be calculated maybe more properly, but it's this move.
Which
trying to play
limits black's knight.
exactly. In case of king h6, of course, I saw rook coming to g8, and generally, strategically speaking, white would love to exchange.
White would be very happy with the rook
Yes,
endgame.
yes. But of course, we have to calculate directly moves like this, for example.
Yes.
So maybe king h2 is a good way to start. I don't know.
I don't know. In the end, actually, I like the position you suggested because actually the h pawn is not really going anywhere. I will play rook e8, rook e6. I have a feeling this should be winning for white.
Yes.
This should be
you're
just
right.
winning. I
Yes,
mean,
yes.
maybe I can even start with the rook b8, simply greedy chess.
Black is very slow. Very slow. He wants to play king f3. Take on f2 is completely pointless. King f3,
Yes.
king e2 to take on d3 and start counterplay with the
This
c pawn.
is
but
this is
it
a
looks-
bit too much.
Yes,
I
a
mean,
bit
it's 1,
slow.
2, 3, 4 pawns. Once I take on b6, move my
Yes.
rook away, my pawn will be already on
Yes,
b7
yes.
till she gets any realistic play. So bishop h5 is a very strong move, I would say, because it limits the knight on d8. As we said, knight f7, bishop takes f7,
yes.
perfect winning rook endgame with no counterplay at all. And the knight, the other square the knight has, this is one of the bad pieces. We had one game like this before the break where black had a knight on b7 which could move only to d8, and here it's the other way around. We have a knight on d8 which can move only to b7.
Exactly.
But moving it to b7 does have a point. Black wants to play
play
c4
exactly.
and get the square for the knight. So
Now, at the same time, maybe there is the positional threat of here forcing rook g6 check,
yes,
and as well as c4. Can we play bishop g6 and play for the attack? This is double-edged. The bishop may end up out of play there, of course. But
bishop g6 is dangerous.
but,
Where are we going now with the
only
king?
to g8. I don't see another
G8,
move.
yes.
Only to g8.
G8.
Yes. In case of king g7, rook
Rook
h5 is
rook
coming.
h5 is nasty.
And yes. King to g8. And now
So any discovered checks seem rather pointless to me, I would say. I could play bishop e8 and bishop c6,
c6.
which forces you to return with the knight to d8. But is it worth it? Then it gets out via f7, and the bishop on c6 is I don't know if we really want the bishop
Yes.
on c6. I mean, what's it doing there basically?
rook h5 to enter on h7. We need one move. Black should immediately play c4 here.
Yes,
don't
I
see
think I am
absolutely no
pretty
other
sure that he
chance.
should play
Yes,
c4,
yes.
but because otherwise it's just no counterplay. Rook h7, I can take on d3
On
even
d3,
after,
maybe.
or something
Maybe,
like that. Yeah, maybe, yes.
Yes.
Nah, there's bishop h5. No.
But first I take the bishop, yes?
And then you
here,
first to take the bishop.
Yes, this is a funny line. Take, and take here. Yes?
Now this is bad.
Yes.
This is bad because d2 is coming no
Yes,
matter
all of
what.
a sudden black is winning.
Here black is winning suddenly. Yes.
But white won't play rook h7, obviously. He will take here.
Yes.
And
Okay, we play knight
c5.
c5.
And now white can take on h4, but this is a useless pawn, I think, in this position. I would rather play rook h7. Take on h4, he will take on a4 and get back with the knight.
I would prefer taking on h4 with the king and moving
Exactly.
upstairs,
Exactly.
so to say.
To play here, yes. I still don't believe knight takes e4 is a good move. I mean, strategically, it is a bit pointless. Let's say rook b7 or something.
Yes.
Black is gathering some material, but I don't think it would be useful. I think such a move might be the best, but now rook b7, I don't know, rook b7, and then little by little white wants, of course, to take here and play here, but this is too many moves, yes?
But still, I think white
is
has
working.
winning chances. But okay, something happened in the game. She didn't play, of course, as you said. She played king h2, and there have been some extra moves. King h2,
Knight f7 most likely.
no,
or rook
most
h6.
likely knight f7. Rook g4, rook h6. This is what happened.
And king h3.
And king h3 has already been played, yes. So I don't know if white, if she takes on h4, this is what we said, that this could well end up being a fortress. But on the other
still
hand,
there are chances, you know, it's not
there are
certain at
chances,
all
yes.
that it will be
Yes,
fortress,
yes.
not so sure.
there are chances because the black knight, it should be somewhere else, on f6,
Yes.
let's say, to hold the fortress. King h8, did it really happen? Seems a bit pointless, I would say. It did happen.
Yes.
King h8.
Now rook g6 looks strong or not? No, king h7 again.
It's just king h7.
I wanted to
guess.
go rook e6 afterwards, but knight g5 check
Knight g5 is
is
probably
coming,
not what
yes.
we want. Well, okay. I mean, let's. We don't have that much time, so let's try to check more of the remaining games.
Sure.
It's all girls' games. Anything from this is girls 18 because that's why it's all girls 18. Let's have a look at the boys category. What's going on? The 18 boys. Okay, here we have a Slovakian player still playing. So, if you permit me, we can have a look at Pechac's game.
Absolutely.
Well, Pechac, shortly before the tournament, he received his GM title.
Okay.
So he's one of the 4 GMs who are taking part in the tournament. But he's only seeded about number 10. Well, in this position,
I think he's not doing so well in this position. I think
he's black. He's
Yes,
an
I thi-
exchange up, but of course,
many threats are gathered, like knight f5
knight f5
or
is
take, even
looming.
take
Knight
here.
h5.
Yes.
I mean, it's pretty obvious that his king is even more exposed definitely more exposed than white's, and
he chose this move.
he played queen f6 in the end. I suppose after knight h5, he wants to play queen e6.
Queen e6 check.
Simplifying
Yes.
the position.
But there are a few other moves available.
Well, knight f5
Exactly.
looks like a viable
Yes.
idea.
Let's try this. Preventing queen e6 because queen takes f8.
Yes.
And let's see what is
So
going on.
what can now
This threatening the knight.
this attacks the knight, so he doesn't have time for some tricks. Threatens to take with check, so there is no d5 or anything like that.
It's not so clear, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Shall we go one move back and find a better solution here?
I don't think knight h5 is too good. Actually, that endgame seems okay. And knight f5 has been
Yes.
played. Okay.
Rook e6, and now maybe, most likely this is the move, and now maybe move the knight again, obviously.
Of course.
Somewhere else, yes?
So where do we go to e3?
E3 is possible, I guess. Of course, he can always, white can always go back.
Can go back, attacking h5 again.
Yes. Here, if queen takes f2, is this a draw or what? No,
Worst
it's not a
case,
draw.
I can take on e6.
Yes.
Might be draw. I mean, I'm
No,
not
no,
so
I
sure.
think white is winning. I think white
But
is winning.
white is the only one who is trying to win here.
Yes, exactly.
Maybe even
Here, this
g3 looks.
very
Yeah,
strong.
g3 is
Queen
strong.
f6
Because
is a-
queen f6 is
is a
mating
threat,
threat.
and this, yes.
Knight f7, knight g6.
But
No.
how about this? Yes. check, bishop bishop g7 is not. Oh no, bishop g7.
Bishop g7 is possible. Is possible. It protects the queen indirectly.
Yes. Bishop g7, not so clear. Let's have a look. Here, check.
Well, then it's probably a draw. I can play maybe. Can I play? It's too much, isn't it? King h4, queen d4, king h5.
King h5.
Queen d1. I will hardly. I can't probably hide the king. But it's white who is pushing actually here. Of course, the problem is so we have a move by white here. Let's get back. He played g4, which is sort of surprising.
I saw this move. I hesitated to suggest it. I saw h takes g4.
Well, white is short of time actually.
Okay.
White is down to 1.5 minutes, while Pechac is almost 20 minutes now, and g4.
I saw this. I hesitated to even mention it.
Yes, it looks very suspect.
Yes.
I mean, I take.
Check and h5 check just to pin the pieces. King f4 is.
King
only
f4
move.
is only move.
And now I don't know. Is it possible to play king h7? Then something like queen.
King h7 looks very logical, I would say.
Queen d7 check just to.
Yes, but then we have to, and then we go maybe to g8 after that. But still, it's not completely clear, I would say. It's still a big fight.
Yes. Black's problem is that he cannot activate his rook. So.
Well, the white's pieces are active and impressively active, so this complicates converting the extra exchange.
Actually, after queen d7 there is rook e7. Rook e7.
Okay.
Yes.
Simply rook e7.
Threatening bishop h6, but after bishop h6, king e4. No big deal.
Yeah, maybe he can play king e4 immediately even now.
Yes.
Just to unpin the knight.
Yes.
Simply.
This tactic, first defending that we mentioned before. Yes. Black cannot activate his rook. That's his problem, but he can push the h pawn completely.
If he pushes, then I play. Then I can play queen d7. And
king g. He has to make counterplay somehow.
Yes, I suppose.
Check. Sorry, h4.
I play king d5. I trap your rook. Is it true? Can you believe it?
No, I cannot.
I can't either.
Can I sacrifice it? Not clear, yes?
Not clear, I would say. You're not running away with the pawn, I would say.
Okay, this looks...
This looks funny at least.
Yes.
I don't believe rook b6 is a very good move.
I find it hard to believe, and even harder
to refute.
To refute, exactly.
Yes.
Okay, such moves can be found mostly in analysis.
Or in studies. Well,
yes.
It looks very strange. But the true story is that the rook is quite limited in its options and movements.
Okay, it is only going, let's say, queen takes f5, but queen takes e6. I believe white is winning there. I'm not sure, but I believe white should
in the end game, my king is on e6. After h3, I play knight g4 and then just push the d pawn. So, should be winning or promising.
Black did take on
this happened after all,
and
he played king g8. I think this has already been played.
Yes.
The king was on h8, so this is the current position. If I will try to do it like this, and are we getting there? Yes. So he protected his bishop. Might actually be a better move than h5. It's quite possible. Well, white is down to his last minute. I mean,
I think he should play this
King
ingenious
f4,
idea, intending king e4.
he
unbelievably,
intending
but
king e4. That is king is safer, safe. This
and he did play.
he
king
did
f4.
play king f4. He did play king f4. He pins, self-pinning his knight, but still. Okay, this is going to be still quite a sharp fight.
Completely up unpredicted, I would
Unpredictable,
say. Generally,
because
I would
there are queens
prefer
on the
white,
board.
but I'm not sure about time control.
Time control, yes. White's short on time, and the position is heavily tactical. Already another move has been made, which is rook d6.
Yes, king e4, I suppose.
And king e4. I mean, rook d6 I don't understand so well, because it loses. Just does he want to play rook d8 after
Rook
king
d8,
e4?
but again the rook will be under attack. Rook d8, maybe queen c7,
Queen
for example.
c7, yes.
Yes.
Okay, this is unpredictable. So we don't have too much time of the transmission left. So let's check the category of the 16, under 16 girls. What's going on from the running games? Do we see any interesting position here?
As long as it is chess, it is very interesting, I would say, no matter what.
Well, I mean, what I see here, some are pretty much decided and winning. This is maybe a curious position.
Let's have a look.
What's going on here? It's maybe some sort of perpetual check at this point, or is white winning?
No, white is.
White is two
winning.
pawns up, or three or so.
Yes.
White should be winning.
After king h6, for example, queen f4 check.
Queen
I believe.
f4
Yes,
should be enough. And if I go somewhere else with the king, let's say to h8.
Let's have a look.
Thing is, black has threats of his own, queen d2, queen e2. So white to win, white must somehow cope with these threats.
And now it looks like just equal.
White, of course, has a perpetual
Yes,
any time. Of
yes,
course, this
yes.
is beyond question. But the question is if she has any more.
White can keep on fighting. For example, I see this, it's a bit, let's say, passive here, and queen
and to
d1.
return to
Yes.
with the queen to
Yes.
d1.
Temporarily protecting everything.
Oh, yes.
I'm not afraid, because once again I will give check if necessary. And
Of course, white always has the perpetual check at her
just
disposal.
keep the game going.
And the game goes on. And after all, black is 2 pawns down.
Yes.
White is 3 connected passed pawns on the queen side. Any queen exchange or anything like that is like game over immediately. Even the queen endgame is definitely, almost certainly lost.
So here, and my next move, I have the feeling, is going to be again queen h5 check.
Yes,
after
yes.
some mistake by black or some
Yes.
inaccuracy.
Okay,
Yes.
this gives white very good winning
Yes.
chances, I suppose. I don't see, I really, from the diagrams, I don't see any really too interesting game going on in the under 16 girls category. So we will have a last look at one last game in the boys, under 16 boys. So from the positions, is there anything
Let's
interesting?
say the first
First one.
Yes.
White is 2 extra pawns. Whose
Two
move
ex-
is it? I'm not so sure whose move it is in this position.
Knight
It's
is
black to move,
black
so
to
it's
move.
not so easy then.
Knight takes. How about knight takes f6? Is checkmate into not checkmate? No, it's not clear.
And if I take with the rook on f6, that's
Then it's draw.
no, it's
we
a
mean-
g5.
You mean in which position?
Immediately here. Here it's
this move,
black
you
to
mean?
move. Yeah, that's g5 and king g6, rook g7, I suppose.
Yes, but this is the move that I indicate because after g5, king g6, rook g7, king f5.
King f5, yes,
Yes.
and black still is fighting on.
But how about this move threatening g5? Checkmate. Then rook f4 is coming.
I think also black can play maybe even king g6.
King g6.
Maybe this should be enough for a draw actually. Okay.
Yes.
Fight is going on. In most of the games we can expect long fights well into the evening and night, so for today we'll just simply say goodbye. And we'll be back with you for round 3 tomorrow at 3 p.m. So goodbye from Bratislava and looking forward to you tomorrow on Sunday.
Thanks
Goodbye.
for watching. Bye.
Thanks for watching.